Chapter 2499 Epic Mana Body Unlocked. Chapter 2499 Epic Mana Body Unlocked as Shurfeng pulled the god's heart from his bag. Faint mana pulsed throughout the dark and quiet core room. It wasn't a lot of mana, but it had enough power that space within the room trembled. When the pulse encountered the room's magic barrier, it, too, began to tremble, almost failing to block the mana. Sure enough, a god's heart is intensely powerful. I only took it out of my bag, and it nearly felled the room's magic barrier. Shurfeng stared at the magic barrier around the room, astonished. Fortunately, he was within an ancient fortress's core room. This magic barrier was far stronger than ordinary versions. Even mythic monsters would have an extremely hard time trying to destroy it. Had he retrieved the god's heart in any other location within the Starlight Fortress, the barrier wouldn't have been able to contain the mana pulse. The energy would have escaped and caught the attention of everyone within the fortress. However, this pulse of mana had also substantially increased the mana density in the room. A gentle layer of mist now filled the core room. If players trained here, they'd likely be able to practice bronze combat techniques without rest. They could train to their heart's content. Following which, Shurfeng activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the god's heart. Augustus's damaged heart. Inferior divine artifact, rank material. This is the barbarian god Augustus's heart and crystallization of eternal energy. When Augustus had fallen, the demon god Atlok had secured his heart and repeatedly modified it. Once one has activated the magic array engraved on the heart, the user will be exposed to dense eternal energy for 12 hours. The magic array will require 3 months to recover after each activation. Restoring the magic array's eternal energy is possible by sacrificing one god crystal. Amazing! Atlok had transformed a consumable god's heart into a tool that can supply endless eternal energy. When Shurfeng read Augustus's heart's description, he was shocked. God's hearts were typically one-time use consumables. When players released the eternal energy contained within, the god's heart would release all of its energy. Eventually, the god's heart would run out of eternal energy and fade from existence. Only a few Tier 5 NPCs could control the release of eternal energy from a god's heart, allowing them to use the item multiple times. Even so, they couldn't change the fact that the god's heart would vanish when it ran out of eternal energy. And yet, Atlok had successfully modified Augustus's heart, transforming it into a tool that could offer endless eternal energy. Shurfeng had certainly hit the jackpot this time. It was no wonder why Atlok was so determined to kill him, even using a demon god's legacy as bait. Although one could only use the modified Augustus's heart for 12 short hours, it was more than enough time for players. The only major flaw was the 3-month cooldown. Even so, Augustus's heart was unbelievably amazing. Players would encounter countless roadblocks on their road to higher tiers in God's domain, and it wasn't possible to overcome all of these roadblocks at once. Players would have to face them one after another. The Tier 3 mana body and Tier 4 mana control were 2 examples. However, Shurfeng could overcome them all with Augustus's heart. Moreover, he could use a god crystal to circumvent the cooldown. He was immensely satisfied with his latest endeavor. If word of Augustus's heart spread, all of God's domain would go into a frenzy, including both players and NPCs. Shurfeng took a moment to suppress his excitement and began to activate the magic array within Augustus's heart. He was prepared to accept the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana body legacy. However, Shurfeng frowned when he examined the array. This magic array was more complex than any he had encountered before. Manipulating it would be intensely challenging, even now that he had become an intermediate master magician. A basic master magician would have no chance of activating this magic array. Sure enough, the main god system won't just hand players so much power. Shurfeng gave the magic array a bitter smile. He had wanted to use the god crystals he had on hand to help Kola and the rest unlock their mana bodies full potential once he had done so himself. The sooner they did so, the more they would benefit in the future. However, it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Activating Augustus's heart's magic array would be absolutely impossible unless one had become an intermediate master magician. His dream of forming an army of powerful experts had just shattered. Becoming a master magician in God's domain was far easier than becoming a master forger. Yet very few players were capable of accomplishing the feat naturally. Reaching every subsequent rank after becoming a basic master magician was incredibly difficult, even more so than rising through the ranks after becoming a master forger. In all of Zero Wing, only Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had high chances of becoming basic master magicians. Everyone else would still have a long road ahead of them, and 2 players simply weren't enough to form an army. Shaking his head, Sherfong banished his thoughts and began to focus on learning and decoding the magic array. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. As he completed the final strand of Mana's trajectory, Augustus's heart lit with a colorful glow. Streams of purple mist then flowed from the item and into Sherfong. Suddenly, Sherfong felt incredibly comfortable, and his mind was unprecedentedly clear. The eternal energy proved many times more effective than the densest mana. Wasting no time, Sherfong retrieved the memory crystal Iliade had given him and started to study her legacy on the mana body. The goddess's mana body technique was more complex than her mana technique legacy. Not only did it contain information on mana and the methods to control it, but it also contained concise information on the structure of mana bodies. According to Iliade's research, the higher a mana body's rank was, the more complex it would be. Subsequently, one would need a more complicated mana control method to use their mana body. An epic mana body was on par with a super large-scale magic array consisting of several hundred smaller arrays. There were many ways to control this super large-scale magic array, but only one would give a player full control over the entire array. They'd have to construct a simple magic array that would allow the user to control multiple core arrays. The more core magic arrays this simple array could control, the more power the super large-scale magic array could exhibit. If Sherfong had tried to process all of the information within the memory crystal before he had obtained Augustus's heart, none, even the densest mana, would save him from the headache. Fortunately, the eternal energy around him was amazingly beneficial. Not only did it boost his comprehension and memory, but it also allowed him to try to create the simple magic array that was necessary for controlling the flow of mana within his mana body. For a time, Sherfong radiated stronger and weaker mana at random intervals. At his strongest, he radiated dense enough mana to rival that within Stone Forest City, and at his weakest, he radiated roughly the same density as the mana found in ordinary NPC cities. During the process, Sherfong rapidly unlocked more of his mana body's potential. 40%, 55%, 70%. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, as Sherfong continued to unlock his epic mana body, his progress slowed. By the time the memory crystal's duration ended, Sherfong had only reached 82% of his potential. He was still far from 100%. In the 9 hours since he had activated Augustus's heart, he had only unlocked 91% of his mana body's potential. Just as the 12 hours were almost up, an intense wave of mana exploded from Sherfeng's body, forming a mist in the core room. The mist was light, easy to miss if one weren't paying attention, but it was undeniable that Sherfong exuded mana that was so dense it condensed into its liquid form. Finally, success! Sherfeng's eyes flew open, flashing with excitement as he observed the mana that automatically flowed throughout his mana body. Chapter 2500 Frightening Improvement. Chapter 2500 Frightening Improvement in God's Domain. Tier 3 NPCs were considered powerhouses that could protect NPC cities. However, players only became powerhouses once they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. Only with a fully unlocked mana body could players enter and leave certain locations freely. If they tried to do so without unlocking their mana body, only death would await them. The Star Tomb regional dungeon's entry requirements were actually quite low. Even Tier 3 players that hadn't fully unlocked their mana bodies could explore the area, albeit barely. In comparison, certain unique areas were full of incredibly corrosive energy, and Tier 3 players wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in these areas without unlocking their mana body's full potential. Unlocking their mana bodies was the only way players could protect themselves against the corrosive energy. This was why players were only considered powerhouses once they had fully unlocked their mana bodies. Most importantly, the skills and spells players used would be far stronger once they had unlocked their mana bodies than those who hadn't. So this is an epic mana body? Astonishment colored Shifeng's features as he sensed the dense mana radiating from his body. He had never dreamed that an epic mana body would be this powerful. Normally, a mana body relied on its own mana to function, but his mana body could attract ambient mana and use it to strengthen and nourish itself. His epic mana body had also coated his body with a thin barrier of mana. The barrier was easy to miss if one weren't paying close attention. It almost felt like a skin-tight suit. It trapped a significant portion of the mana radiating from him, drastically reducing the amount of mana wasted. Not only did this mana barrier improve his recovery, but it also ensured that the mana around him was far denser than normal. The addition of this mana barrier alone doubled or tripled his survivability in the fields, especially in low mana environments. When he fought in such harsh environments, he wouldn't have to worry about losing a significant portion of his combat power. Shifeng tried to manipulate his mana body, guiding the mana around him into his hands. He instantly felt like a black hole as the ambient mana gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, a faint layer of mana mist formed on the surface of his palms. Shifeng's fist then shot out as he punched the empty air. Pum! Space exploded around his fist as if the punch had created a vacuum. Space around him trembled at the power of the strike, and the core room's magic barriers shuddered. With this power, I can now likely solo a mythic monster of the same level, even without my berserk skills. Shifeng gasped when he saw the results of his punch. He had merely executed a normal punch, and he didn't even have his weapons equipped. The difference between a player's attack power with a weapon and without one in God's domain was massive. With Killing Ray equipped, his prior punches had only been able to break the sound barrier. He had only been able to make space tremble and create spatial tears when he used the secret technique, Lightning Flash. Yet now, without any techniques or weapons, he could exhibit power on par with when he wielded Killing Ray. An epic mana body provided horrific power. In his opinion, although mana bodies massively boosted player strength, they didn't provide this much power. The benefits of unlocking his mana body thus far could already rival that of a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, he had only unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. If he could push beyond that, his strength would rise to a whole new level. After 100%, every additional percent would provide tremendous power. As far as Shifeng knew, players had only reached 120% of their mana body's potential in the past. It was easy to imagine how frighteningly powerful 120% of an epic mana body's potential would be. Even transcending tiers would be possible. Elated, Shifeng started to practice Iliadi's mana technique. He had now unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. Going beyond that would take some time, and it would be as difficult as creating a master magic array for an apprentice magician. Fortunately, unlocking more than 100% of his epic mana body wasn't the only way to transcend tiers. He could also rely on the help of a mana technique. He had experienced Iliadi's holy annihilation personally, and despite suppressing herself to Tier 3, the Heavenly Blue Saint's attack could instant kill or heavily injure Tier 4 beings. If Shifeng could master Iliadi's holy annihilation, the mana technique would prove significantly helpful. He hadn't been able to learn the technique earlier since he hadn't unlocked his mana body fully yet, but now that he could truly practice the holy annihilation. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques. Combat techniques consume the user's stamina and concentration, but mana techniques, on the other hand, only consumed concentration. Players generally avoided using combat techniques in harsh environments, trying to conserve their stamina due to the heavy burden the environment placed on them. However, with a few exceptions, these harsh environments did not affect players' concentration consumption. Hence, God's domains experts that had grasped mana techniques, whether self-taught or learned from the system, had an easier time exploring the world, especially the maps with harsh environments. Now that Shi Feng had achieved his goals in visiting the Western continent, he needed to search for Solomon's sword's remaining fragments to maintain his advantages and pave a smoother path for Aqua Rose and his other comrades as they aimed for Tier 4. If he put the task off, it would only be a matter of time before the various superpowers, with how fast they were developing, would overpower Zero Wing. If he could learn Iliadi's mana technique now, not only would he have a much better chance of securing the fragments of Solomon's sword, but he could also teach the technique to Aqua Rose and the others. As Shi Feng tried to mimic the way Iliadi had executed the first sword, Light Shadow, the more the heavenly blue saint amazed him. Iliadi's mana technique even seemed slightly stronger than the mana techniques the demon god, Atlok, had used. The first sword, Light Shadow, used all 7 elements, and executing the strike proved even more difficult than Lightning Flash, a bronze combat technique. Shi Feng needed to channel and gather his mana for several seconds before he could attempt to execute Light Shadow. Atlok had also needed some preparation time before executing his mana technique. The demon god had spent several seconds preparing the black hole, the last attack he had used against Shi Feng. Even though Atlok had executed the mana technique through his phantom, that phantom had still been at the Tier 5 standard. The goddess, on the other hand, had executed Light Shadow, Holy Devour, and Holy Annihilation without any preparation time whatsoever. On the contrary, it has seemed as if she had been able to pause her technique, releasing her attack when she needed to in a systematic manner. When Shi Feng thought about that fight, he realized the intervals between each of her attacks had been exactly the same. Even at the Tier 3 standard, Iliadi had accomplished the feat as Shi Feng continued to practice Light Shadow. However, he was able to reduce the time he needed before executing the technique. Initially, he spent nearly 8 minutes preparing his strike, but now he could do so after around 5 minutes. The more Shi Feng practiced, the more he understood about mana control. 2 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While Shi Feng was immersed in his training, he received a call request from Phythalia. Guild leader Black Flame, Mythology's people are back. They are all gathered in the Starlight Bar, and I think they found a way to deal with your divine dragon. More of them have arrived as well. Now, there are more than 30 players in their group, Phythalia reported with a somber expression. Dealing with the dozen-plus experts had already been a struggle, but now more than double had shown up in the Starlight Fortress. Even if Zero Wing, Divine Tribe, and Hell Legion gathered all of their peak experts in the fortress, suppressing these mythology players would still prove difficult. They've returned so soon? Shi Feng muttered in surprise. However, when he glanced at the time, he realized that he had been training for over half a day. It had felt like time had passed even more quickly than when he had worked to unlock his mana body. He then sheathed his swords and grinned. "All right, I'll be right there." With that, Shi Feng disconnected the call and left the core room. Chapter 2501, Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. Chapter 2501, Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. The Starlight Bar was usually the most popular bar in the Starlight Fortress, but right now the bar, which was half the size of a football field, was silent as everyone stared at the group of players in black, drinking quietly in the middle of the establishment. No one even dared to breathe too loudly. The rest of the crowd wasn't simply reacting in such a way because the black-clad players had appeared like a group of magicians. Rather, Their reactions were due to the fact that every one of those players wore mythology's guild emblem. So, they're the rumored experts from mythology? Amazing. I see them, yet I can't sense their presence. How did they do it? It seems that even mythology can't help but get involved now that the demon god's shrine had appeared. Once everyone had gotten over their shock at seeing these players, they quietly chatted amongst themselves. Some players were afraid, while others were excited. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming world. Every player on the Western continent was familiar with its reputation. News of Mythology's black-clad players causing chaos had already spread throughout the fortress. Not only had these players avoided the divine dragon's wrath, but they had also managed to slay quite a few of divine tribe's experts. Even Phythalia, the commander of one of divine tribe's trump card legions, had lost her life in battle. In response, divine tribe had dispatched even more experts to patrol the Starlight Fortress's streets. It had even sent plenty of Tier 3 personal guards to join the patrols. However, not only had Mythology's experts snuck into the city again, but more of them had come as well. Now, they even congregated in the Starlight Bar, the fortress's most popular bar, drinking like normal customers. They treated the Starlight Fortress like they would their own hometown. Mythology is amazing, boss. They're completely disregarding the fortress's divine dragon. It seems the Starlight Fortress will soon have a new owner. The ruthless man from the Stormheart adventure team admired as he watched the black-clad players from Mythology. When he had encountered the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon, he had only felt fear. Players had no chance against it in his opinion. Yet these black-clad players acted as if the divine dragon didn't even exist, coming and going from the fortress as they wished. Mythology's foundations were simply frightening. Mythology certainly is stronger than the other superpowers. Aside from those players' ability to conceal their presence, their combat standards are impressive. They're all bona fide peak experts. Several of them are even stronger than I am. I don't even know how I would fight that silver-haired youth leading the group. I don't think he's even human, Crow said as he observed Mythology's members, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. If they decide to cause a scene in the fortress, there will be a mess, and no one will be able to do anything about it. With the situation as it is, even Zero Wing, with all its advantages, will have to make concessions for them. Crow knew that the various superpowers were no match for the 5 great super guilds, but he had never imagined that the gap between them would be this massive. Mythology's black-clad players were at least level 107, but their auras were even powerful enough to make an expert like him feel uncomfortable. The weakest member of the group had basic attributes to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fighting just one of those players would pose a huge problem for him. If he had to face 2 or 3 simultaneously, there was a very high likelihood that he'd fall. To make matters worse, there were over 30 of these experts in the bar, and all of them could completely conceal their auras. This was just a nightmare. There was also the silver-haired leader to worry about. Although Crow could not sense the youth's aura, his instincts told him that if he came within 30 yards of the young man, his life would be forfeit. While the bar's patrons quietly watched Mythology's experts, the group in question acted as if none of the surrounding players existed at all, chatting with each other and utterly carefree. Commander, the higher-ups are being really stubborn. They still want us to negotiate with Zero Wing as a show of respect for Netherworld Empire. Why should we have to show anyone any respect? We should just capture the Starlight Fortress. With the fortress, Mythology can claim the demon god's legacy once the demon god's shrine activates. A tall, slim woman carrying a war hammer and sturdy shield grumbled. As far as she was concerned, Netherworld Empire had only partnered with Zero Wing because it wasn't strong enough to take the fortress for itself. But Mythology was a different story. Capturing the Starlight Fortress wouldn't be difficult for her team, especially now that they had grown stronger. Not even taking out Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion would be an issue, let alone capturing the Starlight Fortress. They had no reason to fear the guild. I concur. We'd be better off giving Zero Wing a beating and taking the fortress Lord's Mansion. We shouldn't need to go to the trouble of targeting Divine Tribe to get at the Eastern Guild. If we don't teach him a lesson, Black Flame will think the West is just like the Eastern continent. A young assassin carrying 2 short swords added, nodding in agreement. Mythology's power was limited on the Eastern continent, and thus what it could accomplish there was limited. But in the West, squashing Zero Wing would be child's play. Not even the Divine Dragon's protection could save Zero Wing's players. Mythology's foundations on the Western continent were just that far beyond what Zero Wing could imagine. Don't get careless. Netherworld Empire has its reasons for working with Zero Wing. Based on recent reports, Zero Wing already has 5 members with fully unlocked mana bodies. Those players are extraordinarily strong. If they show up, follow the backup plan. Activate your battle arrays and face them in 4-man cells. The rest of you will continue as we initially planned. If the Divine Dragon approaches, retreat immediately, the silver-haired team leader ordered, watching his impatient team members. Rest assured, Commander. Aside from the dragon, these players are nothing. I don't know how those Zero Wing players unlocked their mana bodies' full potential so quickly, but so what? The assassin youth loudly and fearlessly proclaimed, "If Zero Wing's members really do show up, I'll make sure none of them leave alive." The rest of Mythology's team nodded. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU fully unlocking one's mana body might substantially increase one's combat power, but their advanced battle array was no trivial matter. As long as they activated their battle arrays, they could combine the strength of 4 players. The player that received all this power would be even strong enough to take down a mythic monster of the same level, much less tier 3 players. If Zero Wing's members dared to show their faces, their team could slap them down with ease. Is that so? I'd like to test your claim, then. Suddenly, everyone in the bar heard a deep voice, and the speaker immediately caused an uproar. Every player in the Starlight bar spun toward the speaker, assuming whoever had been so bold must be crazy. This player had just directly challenged Mythology's experts. They must be suicidal. 2 people, a man and a woman, walked into the bar. The woman was the beautiful, elegant Phythalia, while the man felt as dark as night. Chapter 2502, Silent Starlight Bar. Chapter 2502, Silent Starlight Bar, as Sherfong and Phythalia entered the Starlight Bar. Interrupting the black-clad Mythology members' conversation, an uproar broke out among the spectating patrons. Crap! Isn't that beauty Phythalia the commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions? It seems they're going to start another fight. A fight? This'll be a war. I hadn't thought I'd get lucky enough to watch this unfold personally. Many of these players were experts with vast information networks. They were, more or less, aware of the struggle between the various superpowers over the Starlight Fortress. Now that Mythology had taken the initiative to pick a fight with the Starlight Fortress, a war between the various superpowers was unavoidable, although none of them had expected it to begin so soon. Clashes between experts, particularly those from the various superpowers, were extremely rare learning opportunities in God's domain, especially for the players that got to watch the fights personally. They'd be able to learn far more than from watching a recording of the battle. This was precisely the reason that the various powers constantly tried to gain entry tickets to the various superpowers' Dark Arena. Unfortunately, without adequate connections, normal players didn't even qualify to enter the Dark Arena. However, compared to the battle unfolding right before their eyes, the Dark Arena's battles were nothing. The various superpowers participants in the Dark Arena never went all out. But this situation would be different. To secure the right to rule the Starlight Fortress, all parties involved would fight with everything they had. While the bar's spectating patrons became excited, Mythology's members turned to give Sherfong cold looks. Every one of them was restless, eager to get the fight started. Sensing these black-clad players' hostility, Vithalia felt a headache brew. She had tried to convince Sherfong to gather some manpower before confronting Mythology's members. But Sherfong had headed for the Starlight bar the moment he had heard about their arrival. Sherfong was the only player that had a claim over the fortress, Lord's Mansion. If anything happened to him, defending their hold on the fortress would become far more difficult. The various superpowers had already stationed plenty of experts in the Starlight Fortress. If the fortress suddenly lost its owner, they'd cause a huge commotion. Not even Divine Tribe's forces would be able to stop them. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Sherfong to the Starlight Bar, contacting the players under her command to meet them there on the way. Sherfong, however, had done the unexpected again and picked a fight with Mythology before the backup she had called could get there. They were currently facing over 30 peak experts, and these weren't any ordinary peak experts. Not only could they hide their auras, but they were all incredibly fast. If these peak experts decided to attack as one, the consequences would be dire. "You're quite daring, you bastard!" the short sword-wielding assassin youth said, sneering at Sherfong. "Show me whether or not you have the strength to support that courage." Just before the assassin could step forward, however, the silver-haired youth beside him extended a hand, blocking his path. "Commander," the assassin asked, confused about why his leader had stopped him. But the silver-haired player hadn't offered an explanation. Rather, he smiled at Sherfong. "So, your guild leader Black Flame," the silver-haired youth said, smiling. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Silver Ghost, the first vice-commander of Mythology's #1 trump card legion. Is he the player that foiled Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow's plan?" It's no wonder why he spoke so boldly earlier. He's really brave. He actually came here without any backup. Does he intend to offer a compromise? After Silver Ghost's introduction, realization dawned on the rest of Mythology's members. Their goal was to seek out Sherfong and negotiate. "Since Commander Vithalia has come with you, I'm sure she told you about my offer. What do you think about it, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Silver Ghost patiently asked, glancing at Vithalia before returning his gaze to Sherfong. Silver Ghost had fought Vithalia personally, so he knew that she was a monster-level expert. She also had a party of peak expert bodyguards. Normally, she and her bodyguards shouldn't have any issue defeating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts. Unfortunately, his team wasn't here for Vithalia. Even with her strength, she had no chance against 3 or 4 of his subordinates. She'd be doomed if over a dozen of his teammates attacked at once. The only real threat in the Starlight Fortress was Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion. Not only did the Hell Legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but they were all extraordinarily strong as well. However, if his team intended to cause chaos in this fortress, not even the Hell Legion was powerful enough to stop them. I have no reason to consider it. Since Zero Wing is strong enough to capture the Starlight Fortress, it's strong enough to hold it. If you want to fight, bring it on. Sherfong calmly stated, eyeing Silver Ghost. How unfortunate. Silver Ghost could only sigh at Sherfang's reply. Why are you still wasting your time with him, Commander? The assassin youth sneered. Let my group deal with him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll continue to assume that Mythology is powerless against him. That's right. If we don't show him our strength, he'll likely assume that we left earlier because we were afraid of him. The rest of Mythology's team nodded. Their previous visit to the Starlight Fortress had merely been a form of greeting. Now that Sherfong had rejected their goodwill, they had no reason to hold back. In fact, if they continued to act passively, Sherfong would treat their guild as a joke. All right, your group can deal with him, but make it quick. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Retreat as soon as the divine dragon approaches. Silver Ghost said, granting the assassin youth permission to take action. "Thank you, Commander. I'll make sure to end the fight quickly." The assassin youth replied with a hungry expression. He turned toward Sherfong and continued, "You've been pretty arrogant, bastard. Let's see if you can back up those words." Suddenly, divine runes lit up all across the assassin's body and enveloped another 3 mythology members behind him. A powerful aura began to radiate from the assassin youth, growing stronger by the second. After just 3 seconds, his aura was so intense that a sense of dread overcame everyone in the bar. How is his aura so powerful? It's almost as intense as a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level. The bar's patrons gaped at the young assassin. Is this a sample of mythology's foundations? The situation shocked the ruthless man from Stormheart. Although it wasn't possible to determine a player's strength based on their aura, that aura would at least hint at their strength. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players still struggled to defeat great lords of the same level, and in Star Valley, players couldn't use their berserk skills. If a player had the strength of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level, they'd be able to move through Star Valley unhindered. With that kind of power, even killing Tier 3 MTs would be as easy as swatting a fly. They hadn't actually used their full strength earlier? Phythalia watched on with a grim expression. When she felt the assassin's violent aura, she was overcome with despair. She had hoped that the Hell Legion's experts and Zero Wing's 5 experts, those that had fully unlocked their mana bodies, would be enough to suppress mythology's invading experts. But seeing these black-clad players now, she found the idea laughable. A peak expert that was as powerful as a Grand Lord ranked archaic species could even toy with a Tier 4 summoned creature. After all, players' combat techniques allowed them to push their combat power to its limits, perhaps even beyond them. Aside from the Starlight Fortress's Divine Dragon, no one in the fortress could stop the assassin before her. An advanced battle array? Sherfong muttered when he saw the divine runes coating the assassin youth's body. "You seem to know a lot, bastard, but that won't change anything." Licking his lips, the assassin youth continued, "Now, I'll teach you just how foolish your decision was." The assassin then took a step forward, instantly vanishing. Neither he nor his aura could be found within the bar. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. "I guess Zero Wing's guild leader is going to die," Crow, Stormheart's commander, said, closing his eyes. Not only did that young assassin have basic attributes that could rival a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, but he could also completely conceal his presence. Crow couldn't even sense the youth's life aura. With such capabilities, that assassin was practically invincible among players. Fights between experts were typically so fast that they were impossible to follow with the naked eye. Thus, experts usually had to rely on all 5 senses during combat. Otherwise, their opponent would quickly overwhelm them. Now that the assassin youth had vanished, players couldn't rely on their sight to keep up with his ghostly speed. Trying to keep up was a joke. How was one supposed to find an enemy they couldn't even detect? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, at the moment mythology's assassin had vanished, Sherfong unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and slashed the empty air to his right. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal filled the Starlight Bar, and an intense impact shattered the ground. All players within 30 yards of the swordsman stumbled back from the shockwave. Almost as everyone heard the first collision, another loud bang followed. A figure then slammed into the wall to Sherfang's right, indenting the wall. It was none other than the assassin youth that had only disappeared a moment ago. Chapter 2503 First Sword Light Shadow. Chapter 2503 First Sword Light Shadow Silence. Terror. For a time, everyone in the Starlight Bar became dumbfounded. Sherfong had deflected the young assassin, who seemed as strong as a Tyrannosaurus Rex and was fully capable of concealing his aura with a normal attack. Who would ever believe this? Is he really a Tier 3 player? The ruthless man from Stormheart was stunned when he saw the assassin embedded in the bar's wall. The assassin youth still had most of his HP remaining, but that was precisely what frightened the ruthless man. If Shifeng had merely noticed the assassin's movement and found an opportunity to strike the youth's weak point, it would have still shocked the man, but he would have, more or less, understood how Shifeng's attack and thrown the assassin. However, seeing that the assassin had only lost a small amount of HP from the hit made it clear that Shifeng's sword hadn't struck the assassin directly. The youth had actually blocked the attack with his own blades. In a battle of brute force, the young assassin had lost. The assassin youth's basic attributes rivaled that of a grand lord ranked archaic species of the same level. Not even ordinary tier 3 players with active berserk skills were that strong. And yet, Shifeng had emerged victorious in a battle of strength. Moreover, the swordsman had done so without relying on skills or tools. He hadn't used a berserk skill either. He had merely executed a normal attack. When Mythology's other members saw the assassin embedded in the wall, they, too, were dazed. Sandstorm lost. How is that possible? Did he fail to control the battle array's power? All of these Mythology members knew just how powerful a player was after the boost from the advanced battle array the assassin youth, Sandstorm, had used. Sandstorm would even have the strength to take on Tier 4 mythic monsters, not to mention Tier 3 players. Using the advanced battle array was expensive, so they couldn't use it casually. The only reason that Silver Ghost had agreed was to prove Mythology's strength to Zero Wing. None of them had expected this outcome. Shifeng had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. For a moment, they wondered if Sandstorm had been careless and failed to grasp the battle array's power. How is he so strong? Phythalia, on the other hand, stared at Shifeng's back with wide, astonished eyes. Although she had heard McCaffrey and the others claim that Shifeng was a monster-level expert, she had assumed that was only the case against ordinary Tier 3 players. However, she had just watched him throw one of Mythology's experts, whose strength had been enhanced by an advanced battle array, with one normal strike. Just what was going on. While everyone wrestled with their shock over the situation, Silver Ghost turned to Shifeng, guessing, "So, you've unlocked your mana body's full potential already." In his opinion, Shifeng's strength was secondary. What was more impressive was the fact that the swordsman had kept track of Sandstorm's movements. No ordinary Tier 3 player should be able to sense Sandstorm's aura, and with the assassin's speed, keeping track of him visually should be impossible. The only explanation Silver Ghost could think of was that Shifeng had fully unlocked his mana body and relied on his mana body's incredible mana to create a mana field around himself. Shifeng had then relied on the mana field to locate Sandstorm. They could conceal their auras thoroughly, but their physical existence remained. Their ability didn't hide them from mana, which was how Shifeng could rely on his mana field to locate the assassin. Silver Ghost's statement caused an uproar within the Starlight Bar. What? He's already unlocked his mana body's full potential? I haven't even heard of a single expert among the various superpowers to accomplish that feat, have you? Any player capable of visiting the Starlight Fortress was an expert, and many of them had already reached Tier 3. Naturally, the topic of Tier 3 mana bodies had long since become a hot topic among players like them. It had already become common knowledge that players wouldn't be able to exhibit the full power of a Tier 3 class after completing their Tier 3 promotion quests. They still needed to unlock their mana body's potential. Unfortunately, that wasn't an easy task. Most players didn't even have a clue about how to go about unlocking their mana bodies. All they could do was work to improve their mana control. And yet, while players were still trying to figure out how to start unlocking their mana bodies, they learned that Shifeng had already completed the task. Why wouldn't they be surprised? It's no wonder why he dared to provoke Mythology. Realization dawned on Crow when he heard Silver Ghost's statement. He had wondered why Shifeng was confident enough to make an enemy of Mythology. These Mythology experts were incredibly powerful, and after they activated their battle array, they'd become monsters that current players stood no chance against. Only the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon could suppress them. However, even after he realized what Sherfong had accomplished, Silver Ghost didn't panic. He actually smiled. The combat power boost from a fully unlocked mana body is certainly amazing. I hadn't considered that Sandstorm wouldn't be a match for you. Even after activating his advanced battle array, Silver Ghost told Sherfong. However, I wonder how you'll fare against 8 experts on Sandstorm's level. As Silver Ghost finished speaking, the mythology members behind him promptly activated their battle arrays as well. In total, these players activated 7 more battle arrays, and the combined aura of the array's beneficiaries was so powerful that none of the Tier 2 players in the bar could move. As for the Tier 3 players, their legs began to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Sandstorm pulled himself from the hole in the wall and sneered at Sherfong. "Punk, I'll admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us. We can easily brush off your attack's damage with our enhanced recovery. This battle array even triples our stamina and concentration recovery rates. How long do you think you can last against us?" Sandstorm growled contemptuously. The advanced battle array didn't just increase his basic attributes. It also boosted his maximum HP and defense. Right now, his defense was twice as high as Tier 3 MTs of the same level, and he had more than 2 million HP. Sherfeng's attack might have had a lot of impact, but he had only taken a little over minus 10,000 damage. It wasn't even enough to itch. The spectators who had relaxed after Sherfeng's counterattack fell silent again, and Phythalia continued to watch with a grim expression. She had never dreamed that mythology had prepared so many advanced battle arrays. Sherfong was likely at his limit dealing with 1 expert empowered by an advanced battle array, but now he'd have to take on 8 of these experts. Moreover, every one of his opponents had incredible defense and HPs. They could easily whittle Sherfong down until he died. "Let's see you try." Sherfong indifferently replied, sweeping his gaze over mythology's members. His comeback only incited another uproar within the bar. What? He's actually going to fight such a force. Cool. Too cool. As expected of the expert that took down the Starlight Fortress. Very few players in God's domain can match his courage. They had all assumed that Sherfong would try to run from mythology's experts. Now that they had activated 8 advanced battle arrays, only the fortress's divine dragon could stop them. However, Sherfong chose to stay and fight. He was practically a hero from legend. "Are you crazy?" Phythalia hissed at her companion. "They're not going to fight you one-on-one. They're going to come at you together." Sherfong had repelled Sandstorm with a normal attack, but that was all. The outcome of an actual fight between the two wouldn't be over that quickly. If Sherfong could only deal a little over minus 10,000 damage, there was no way he could kill the assassin. The advanced battle array doubled Sandstorm's battle recovery, which meant that the assassin could easily chip away at Sherfeng's HP while recovering his own. If 8 experts like Sandstorm attacked Sherfong together, Zero Wings guild leader would be lucky to stay alive for a while, much less defeat these experts. Before Phythalia could try to dissuade Sherfong, however, Silver Ghost laughed. "Very good. You are truly brave. It's no wonder why you dare to make mythology your enemy," Silver Ghost said, smiling. He then turned to Phythalia and said, "I am a generous person. Why don't you both try to take us on? I'll even wait until your reinforcements arrive." "That won't be necessary. You should really face me together. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as you claim," Sherfong said, shaking his head. "Bastard." Sandstorm snarled and raged. He immediately charged at Sherfong again. As the assassin moved, the 7 other empowered experts did the same, dashing toward Sherfong like a violent gale. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. All 8 of mythology's experts were in perfect sync as they attacked Sherfong simultaneously. As long as Sherfong tried to attack one of them, the other 7 would strike at his vitals. This was the same method they had employed to take down Phythalia. While they charged at Sherfong, however, he raised Killing Ray above his head and shut his eyes, patiently waiting for Sandstorm and his companions to reach him. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. Just as the assassin youth and mythology's other experts were about to strike, Sherfang's eyes abruptly opened, and he swung his sacred sword in a downward arch. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2504, The Power of Mana Techniques. Chapter 2504, The Power of Mana Techniques. When Killing Ray descended, the mana around Sherfong immediately gathered to form a phantom greatsword around the sacred sword. Immediately afterward, the phantom greatsword, which was 20 meters long, tore apart space. Those looking at the phantom greatsword from a distance noticed a pitch-black trail in the phantom greatsword's wake. A skill. When Sandstorm and the others saw the phantom greatsword ripping even space itself, they were sure that the greatsword's power was at the Tier 4 standard. They instinctively thought to dodge the attack. After all, although they possessed basic attributes rivaling Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level, they were still a far cry from the Tier 4 mythic standard. However, Sherfang's attack had appeared too suddenly and was too fast. Moreover, the attack had a very large AoE. Evading it was simply impossible. They had no choice but to receive it directly. "Block it together," Sandstorm shouted. Following which, under Sandstorm's lead, all 8 experts from mythology executed Tier 3 skills simultaneously. Triple Shadow, Spatial Severance, Thunder's Wrath. All 8 melee players used their strongest offensive skills without hesitation, every one of which was executed at a completion rate of 90% or better. For a time, over a dozen attacks could be seen striking the descending greatsword. Boom! The instant the attacks of both sides collided, a powerful storm blew, sending all Tier 2 players within a 50-yard radius stumbling back. A small crater even formed on the ground directly beneath the point of impact. As the dust settled, a gash that was over 20 meters long and 2 meters deep appeared in the middle of the bar. As for Sandstorm and the others, although they were not bashed into the floor, they were still forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before they managed to stabilize their footing. Each step they took shattering the tiles beneath them. The force from the impact also left their hands trembling violently, and every one of them lost over 100,000 HP. For a time, shock and confusion reigned in the entire bar. Previously, everyone had already found it unbelievable that Sherfong had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Now he had actually overwhelmed Sandstorm and 7 other experts of similar strength with a single move. Sherfang's combat power was simply heaven-defying. Skills executed with a fully unlocked mana body are actually so powerful. Crow's eyes brimmed with shock when he saw that Sherfong remained standing at his original location despite clashing with 8 of mythology's empowered experts. Although everyone had gained a general understanding of the mana body after reaching Tier 3 and knew that the mana body could provide a player with a huge boost in combat power, he had never imagined that the boost would be this amazing. At this moment, aside from Crow, many other Tier 3 players also grew excited upon seeing this scene. Now, their desire and eagerness to fully unlock their mana bodies waxed even higher. After all, Sherfong had just proven to them that it was possible for a Tier 3 player to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. This meant that they could clash against mythic monsters of the same level. They might not be able to kill mythic monsters yet, even with that kind of power, but they would at least have the foundations to raid mythic monsters. Mythic monsters. At this stage of the game, level 100 plus mythic monsters were bosses that generally only first-rate powers or above could raid. However, players could get rich overnight from the loot these bosses dropped. Meanwhile, Phythalia, who stood behind Sherfong, was also momentarily stunned by this scene. She never thought that Sherfang's strength had reached such frightening heights. He had actually managed to overwhelm 8 of mythology's empowered peak experts single-handedly. With this kind of strength, Shifeng alone would most likely be more than enough to safeguard the entire Starlight Fortress. Nobody would be capable of threatening the Starlight Fortress, so long as he was present. However, just when Phythalia and the other spectating players thought that mythology would retreat after this exchange, Silver Ghost, who had quietly watched the exchange from a corner of the bar, suddenly started clapping his hands. Amazing! Truly amazing! It's no wonder Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow praised you so much. Silver Ghost said, his joyful reaction making it seem as if the loss of Sandstorm's group had nothing to do with him. Chuckling, he continued, Unfortunately, the moment Sandstorm and the others activated their battle arrays, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Even if you can exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard, you still can't stop us. As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, the healers that were powering up the battle arrays started casting healing spells on Sandstorm and the others. Not only did Sandstorm and the others recover all of their lost HP instantly, but their trembling hands also reverted to normal. Upon seeing this scene, Phythalia, who had previously breathed out a sigh of relief, wore a grim expression once more. Due to Shifeng's frightening display of strength, she had forgotten that this wasn't some official competition between experts, but a brawl between Shifeng and mythology's experts instead. Victory would be decided only when one side was annihilated. Meanwhile, in a team battle, it was very normal for melee players to rely on healers. You were pretty good before, huh, punk? Let's see how you're going to keep it up. Sandstorm, who had fully recovered, sneered as he looked at Shifeng. The swordsman's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, the 8 of them weren't having a duel with Shifeng right now, but a fight to the death. If Shifeng couldn't kill them, this battle would not end. Meanwhile, current Tier 3 players had a very limited number of Tier 3 skills and spells at their disposal. Moreover, unlike Shifeng, Sandstorm's side had healers. Just like Silver Ghost had said, the outcome of the battle between both sides had been decided since the very beginning. Is that so? Shifeng smiled. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, he held Killing Ray with both hands and raised the sacred sword overhead once again. The mana inside the bar immediately swarmed toward the sacred sword. Impossible! Sandstorm fell into a daze at this extremely familiar scene. The cooldown of skills and spells generally increased, the stronger and higher tiered they became. Since Shifeng had exhibited power at the Tier 4 standard with his attack, the skill he had used should have had a cooldown of several minutes, or at least a few dozen seconds. However, only about 6 seconds had passed since Shifeng executed his attack, yet he was using the same move again. This shouldn't be possible. However, before Sandstorm and the others could snap out of their daze, Shifeng's Killing Ray was already chopping at them once more. Just like before, a gigantic, phantom greatsword appeared out of thin air and descended on Sandstorm's group like a mountain. However, after all was said and done, Sandstorm and the others were peak experts who had fought on many battlefields before. They immediately responded to the attack with Tier 3 skills of their own. Boom! When the attacks of both sides collided, another powerful storm blew. However, due to the Tier 3 skills used this time being weaker than the ones they used before, Sandstorm and the others ended up in a much more miserable state. Every one of them also sustained more than minus 130,000 damage. Even so, for Sandstorm and the others, who possessed more than 2 million HP, this amount of damage was negligible. Just as the slightly miserable Sandstorm was about to ridicule Shifeng once more, he suddenly sensed the mana inside the bar rushing toward Shifeng yet again. Moreover, the swordsman was gathering mana at a much faster rate than before. Before Sandstorm and the others could say anything, Shifeng's Killing Ray chopped at them anew. Boom! This time Sandstorm and the others reacted too slowly to Shifeng's attack, so they failed to defend themselves using their Tier 3 skills. As a result, every one of them suffered over minus 300,000 damage. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Bastard. I've already said that the outcome of this battle has been decided from. Although Sandstorm, who was close to kneeling on the ground, tried to retaliate with mockery, before he managed to finish his words, Shifeng swung, killing Ray down again. Once, twice, thrice. For a time, explosions rocked the entire Starlight Bar, one after another. Aside from this sound, nothing else could be heard inside. Finally, after Shifeng executed his 11th attack, the world around him fell silent as Sandstorm and the 7 other empowered experts from mythology collapsed on the rubble. Their HPs zeroed out. Now, they exhibited neither aura nor mana. Chapter 2505, One-Man Army. Chapter 2505, One-Man Army, as the bodies of mythology's 8 empowered experts started disintegrating into particles of light. Time inside the Starlight Bar seemed to freeze as everyone stared at Shifeng's figure in stunned silence. Only much later did everyone snap out of their daze. So strong. So, this is the true power of a fully unlocked mana body. When everyone looked at the gash before Shifeng, which was 4 meters deep and extended over 30 meters, they no longer had any words to describe their current feelings of shock and admiration. Although every one of mythology's empowered experts was ridiculously strong and more than capable of annihilating all the spectating players inside the bar, in front of Shifeng, mythology's 8 empowered experts were as frail as little children. They didn't even manage to put up any resistance whatsoever before getting Anahil, happy-faced. The strength Shifeng displayed thoroughly shattered everyone's understanding of the strength of Tier 3 classes. At the same time, all of the independent experts present gained newfound hope. Originally, in a fight between Tier 3 players, the outcome would generally be determined by the number of Tier 3 players each side possessed. An individual Tier 3 player couldn't change the outcome of a team battle involving Tier 3 players. Hence, everyone believed that if Tier 3 independent players wished to avoid getting suppressed, they had no choice but to join a superpower. However, Shifeng had thoroughly shattered this belief. In front of him, feared and revered Tier 3 players were nothing. Even a group of Tier 3 experts would fall to him in just a few moves. Shifeng had proven that, even if one was alone, one could still play the role of an army. Just like the heroes of legends, he had the strength to change the fate of an entire kingdom or even an empire. Meanwhile, so long as they fully unlocked their own mana bodies, they, too, could replicate Shifeng's feats. Commander, with that kind of combat power, don't you think that Black Flame is stronger than the 5 great super guild's true monsters? The ruthless man from Stormheart asked Crow, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Shifeng. Since Shifeng had single-handedly defeated 8 peak experts with combat power rivaling Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level, his strength could definitely rank at the top among the experts on the Western continent. The feat he accomplished today would start a new chapter of development in God's domain and maybe even the virtual gaming world. Throughout the long history of the virtual gaming world, the various superpowers had constantly oppressed the experts belonging to non-superpowers. There was no way to reverse the situation. This was especially true with the 5 great super guilds that stood above even the various superpowers. The 5 great super guilds were not existences that individuals could hope to challenge. However, Shifeng had broken this curse time after time. First, Shifeng had made Netherworld Empire concede by using a divine dragon. Now he had defeated mythology's monstrous team with his own strength. Such amazing battle records would definitely be immortalized in the annals of the virtual gaming world. I don't know whether he is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters or not, but after today's battle, Black Flame's name will most likely spread throughout the Western continent. No one would dare have any ideas about the Starlight Fortress anymore, Crow said, excitement flashing across his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. The 5 great super guilds were the absolute titans of the virtual gaming world. Many newly risen superpowers might have challenged the 5 great super guilds before, but it had been over 2 decades since a non-superpower had dared to do so. Now, not only did Sherfong challenge mythology's prestige, but he had even routed the great super guild. Just this point alone was more than enough to make Sherfong the topic of discussion for the Western continent's independent players and shake the foundations of the entire continent. This was because Sherfeng's feat had illuminated the path for players that did not belong to the various superpowers. Moreover, with the strength Sherfong had just displayed, Crow believed that no one could threaten the Starlight Fortress so long as Sherfong was present. In fact, Crow suspected that, even if today's matter spread, no one would believe it. The benefits provided by a fully unlocked mana body are actually that excellent, while the spectating players inside the bar were filled with shock and excitement over this matter. Phythalia was gaping at Sherfong in surprise and confusion from behind him. In God's domain, any powerful skill or spell possessed a long cooldown, even Tier 0 skills and spells. However, Sherfong had executed the same devastating attack 11 times in a row, with almost no gap between each attack. He couldn't have executed a combat technique, as combat techniques relied on the movements of the physical body to execute powerful attacks. Moreover, combat techniques would not attract mana or make it manifest as a giant greatsword. The only explanation Phythalia could think of for this situation was that Sherfeng's attack was a special effect resulting from fully unlocking his mana body. If that was the case, then what Divine Tribe needed to do from now on wasn't to devote its efforts to raiding super, large-scale team dungeons or increasing the number of Tier 3 experts it had, but figuring out how to unlock the mana body of players. Otherwise, just one expert with a fully unlocked mana body could dictate the direction of a guild war. In fact, just the presence of one such expert might make raiding current super large-scale team dungeons possible. Meanwhile, the mythology members still inside the bar were momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. They had never imagined that Sherfong would actually be powerful enough to destroy Sandstorm's group with just 11 attacks. Sandstorm and the others each boasted more than twice the defense of ordinary Tier 3 MTs. Their HPs also exceeded 2 million. They could survive against actual mythic monsters for quite some time. However, Sherfong had taken no more than 8 seconds to finish them off. He defeated Sandstorm's group so quickly that the rear line healers couldn't save them. Vice Commander, 8 of our advanced battle arrays have already shattered. We only have 1 remaining. Should we continue fighting? A Tier 3 Ranger asked Silver Ghost. The advanced battle arrays they prepared were no ordinary items. Not only did producing these battle arrays require a lot of precious materials, but using them was also remarkably expensive. This time, the guild had decided to supply their team with 9 sets of advanced battle arrays only to ensure that they secured the Starlight Fortress and gained the initiative when the Demon God's shrine activated. Meanwhile, they had used 8 sets right off the bat, leaving only 1 set for Silver Ghost's use. Every mythology member present knew full well how strong Silver Ghost was. In the entire Trump Card Legion, aside from the commander, nobody else was a match for Silver Ghost. In fact, even Trembling Hand, the ex-first vice commander of the Legion, lasted only 20 moves against Silver Ghost. Everyone else couldn't even last 10 moves. Silver Ghost's presence was also the reason for their confidence in the success of the operation this time. However, the combat power Sherfong displayed was simply too frightening. They could not help having doubts. Just as Silver Ghost was about to reply, a deafening roar that shook everyone down to their very souls suddenly sounded from somewhere far away from the Starlight Bar. It's come already? What a pity. Save the battle array for now. We're retreating, Silver Ghost said, sighing as he glanced at the shattered roof of the bar. He then turned to Sherfong and said, Mythology will give up on the Starlight Fortress this time. However, we will meet again. Guild Leader Black Flame. As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, a spatial tear opened up before him. Even though the divine dragon had already used spatial imprisonment on the space around the starlight bar, it actually failed to stop the spatial tear from forming. When this spatial tear appeared, Mythology's members promptly hurried into it and disappeared from the starlight bar. Meanwhile, shortly after Silver Ghost left, a large group of Tier 3 experts suddenly turned up around the starlight bar. These Tier 3 experts numbered more than 400, and their appearance made the players inside the bar nervous. "It seems we came a little too late," Hellrush said, cursing silently when he saw that no Mythology member remained inside the miserable starlight bar. To be certain of dealing with Mythology's 30-plus experts, he had gone to great lengths to gather more Tier 3 experts from Netherworld Empire. However, he never thought that he would still arrive a step too late. "You did arrive a little late. The battle just ended, and Mythology's experts have left already," Phythalia said, nodding. "However, I believe they won't come to harass the Starlight Fortress anymore, at least not in the near future. They won't come back soon." Hellrush was a little confused by Phythalia's words. From what he understood of Mythology, the guild definitely wouldn't rest until it achieved its goals. "MHM, you can see what happened yourselves." Phythalia did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, she sent Hellrush and the others the battle video she recorded. This was because even she herself couldn't understand many aspects of this battle. It would be much better for Hellrush and the others to watch it themselves. In the video, Surefone could first be seen sending Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Then, he could be seen thoroughly overwhelming Mythology's 8 empowered peak experts. Throughout the whole exchange, he looked like a god, an existence that players could not resist. Whether it was Hellrush and the other Hell Legion members or McCaffrey and Crimson, who had made contact with Surefone shortly after he arrived on the western continent, every one of them nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets. For a moment, they all wondered if the Surefone portrayed in the video was the same person they knew. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It had only been a while since they last met Surefone. Yet not only did Surefone manage to fully unlock his mana body during this period, but he had even gained enough strength to defeat 8 peak experts, possessing the strength of Grand Lord ranked archaic species, all by himself. Was he still human? Meanwhile, during the time Hellrush and the others were flabbergasted over this matter, battle videos showing Surefeng's fight in the Starlight Bar started spreading like the plague. These videos soon landed in the hands of the Western continent's various superpowers. What's going on? Mythology was defeated. Chapter 2506. Fame Spreads. Chapter 2506. Fame spreads. News of Mythology's defeat was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. None of the various superpowers could believe it. Previously, Netherworld Empire's concession had already been plenty shocking to them. However, Netherworld Empire's decision was still understandable, as the Divine Dragon really wasn't an existence that players could oppose. Now, despite Mythology having gained a method to evade the Divine Dragon's detection, it had still failed to gain control over the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, Mythology's failure wasn't even due to the Divine Dragon, but Surefone, a Tier 3 player. How could they possibly bring themselves to believe this news? This was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds they were talking about. It had already been many years since an individual player could resist the assault of one of the 5 great super guilds. Every person who had attempted to do so had been thoroughly suppressed, left with no choice but to submit to the will of the 5 titans. Now, however, not only did Surefong stand in Mythology's way, but he had even single-handedly killed 8 of Mythology's monstrously strong experts. The various superpowers' upper echelons immediately took action. They not only abandoned all plans to make things difficult for the Starlight Fortress, but also forbade the expert teams they had dispatched to Star Valley from causing any trouble inside the Starlight Fortress, especially when Surefong was known to be present inside the fortress. The reason for their decision wasn't just Shi Feng's repulse of mythology's assault, but his monstrous strength. Let alone killing a few Tier 3 experts, even annihilating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would be child's play for him. Shi Feng was truly a one-man army, and an existence that had to be feared. In addition, the Starlight Fortress was currently the only captured fortress in Star Valley. If the various superpowers wished to develop properly in the Forbidden Land, then having access to the Starlight Fortress was a must. If they ended up barred from the fortress, they would definitely die of regret. As for taking direct action to capture the fortress, that was utterly impossible. After all, if even mythology was helpless against the Starlight Fortress, what could they possibly do? For a time, the various superpowers experts that arrived inside the Starlight Fortress could be seen behaving obediently like harmless sheep. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's Mansion, Shi Feng was currently swamped with work. Due to mythology's defeat and the various superpowers becoming meek, the number of players willing to visit the Starlight Fortress had skyrocketed. These new visitors included many merchant players. Some trading firms had even sought to partner with Zero Wing and offered to rent the Starlight Fortress's shops at a high price. The entire Starlight Fortress became very crowded. Guild leader, according to our latest statistics, the Starlight Fortress's player population is nearing 500,000 already. Rough estimates put us at a daily net profit of over 250,000 magic crystals. Aqua Rose reported, her eyes practically glowing as she looked at the latest statistics report in her hands. At this rate, it will only take us a few more days before we can repair the large battlefield inside the Fortress Lord's Mansion. Then, our people will be able to use it for all sorts of combat training and greatly improve their control over mana. Although the Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress, it couldn't be expanded. In other words, it was impossible to raise the population limit of the fortress. However, it was still possible to conduct repairs on the fortress's basic facilities and increase the fortress's abilities. Among the various facilities available inside the Starlight Fortress, the one that was most useful to players was the large battlefield. Unfortunately, it cost 5 million magic crystals to repair it. Originally, it should have been impossible for Zero Wing to repair the large battlefield in the near future. However, now that the Starlight Fortress had such a large player population, the amount of time it would take to gather funds for repairs should be significantly shorter. The large battlefield was something like a special dungeon on the first underground floor of the Fortress Lord's Mansion. Inside this large battlefield, players could fight against all kinds of simulated monsters in the Starlight Fortress's ancient environment. By training inside the large battlefield, players could make tremendous progress in improving their mana control. After all, fighting in a life-or-death battle was many times more efficient than sparring with other players in a combat room. So long as this large battlefield was repaired, Zero Wing could continuously transfer its core experts over from the Eastern continent to undergo training here, allowing them to unlock their mana bodies several times faster than experts of the various superpowers. The population has increased to such an extent already. Shi Feng was a little surprised by Aqua Rose's report. Although he had long since known that his battle with mythology and the activation of the demon god shrine would trigger a period of rapid development for the foreseeable future, he never thought that the fortress would develop this quickly. It's a pity that the Starlight Fortress is only a small fortress. Otherwise, we would earn many more magic crystals. Aqua Rose said with some disappointment. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to current players. This held true even on the Eastern continent. The reason for this was the demand for magic crystals for the production of high-level weapons and equipment. Now, despite Zero Wing having gained an opportunity to earn a large amount of magic crystals, this opportunity was restricted due to the Starlight Fortress's limitations. A small fortress is already more than enough for us. After all, our foundations on the Western continent are too shallow. Even if a medium or even large fortress were presented to us, we wouldn't be able to manage it. Sherfong said when he saw the disappointed look on Aqua Rose's face. I understand this as well. The limitation of sending only 10 players to the Western continent per week is really restricting. It would be great if we could increase that number slightly, Aqua Rose said. She had experienced the Western continent's benefits already. The development of mana control here was especially excellent compared to the Eastern continent. If possible, she really wished she could transfer all of Zero Wing's main force members over. With the help of the Starlight Fortress, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its Tier 3 members lacking strength. Let's not rush the matter of sending more people over for now, since we can activate the large battlefield soon. Have Yen Tianqing's side make the necessary preparations to start an Adventurers Alliance branch here. Members of the Alliance can accumulate points by completing Alliance-issued quests. Afterward, they can use these points to exchange for time inside the large battlefield or other items. In fact, if their rank in the Alliance is sufficiently high, they can even exchange their points for a private house inside the Starlight Fortress, Sherfong said. It would take too long for Zero Wing to send an adequate number of members over to the Western continent. Moreover, as players continuously leveled up, more Tier 3 players would fully unlock their mana bodies. Sherfong might be able to defend the Starlight Fortress all by himself now, but he couldn't do so forever. After all, he had plenty of other matters to attend to. He couldn't stay cooped up in a single location for long. If he wanted the Starlight Fortress to experience long-term stability or Zero Wing's development on the Western continent to accelerate, he needed sufficient manpower and resources. Previously, he had still been troubled as to how to go about doing so. However, with the Starlight Fortress's current popularity and the soon-to-be-repaired large battlefield, attracting a large number of independent experts to join or ally with Zero Wing was definitely feasible. Meanwhile, with a sufficiently large number of experts on its side, Zero Wing would have an easy time establishing itself on the Western continent and securing a sizable chunk of the Western continent's resources. Guild leader Hell Rush just sent a message stating that Netherworld Empire's higher-ups have agreed to our offer. They are willing to accept our employment, but they have one condition we absolutely must meet. All of the Hell Legion's members should fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month. Otherwise, they want 20% of the Starlight Fortress's shares as compensation, Aqua Rose reported, frowning. Fully unlocking one's mana body was easier said than done. She and the others had managed to accomplish this feat only because they had the fortune of entering the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate and Legacy Room. Meanwhile, Netherworld Empire was asking Zero Wing to help the Hell Legion fully unlock their mana bodies. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply impossible. It seems they have finally thought things through. Sherfong smiled when he heard Aqua Rose's words. All right, agree to their conditions. Originally, he had considered Netherworld Empire's agreement to his offer unlikely. After all, the Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump-card legion. Not only did the legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but these players were experts among experts. Fortunately, it seemed that the performance he had put on with mythology was quite effective. The Holy Annihilation Mana technique was incredibly powerful. Just the first sword, Light Shadow, already allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. However, the complexity of Light Shadow was far greater than even bronze combat techniques. The burden it placed on its user's concentration was likewise much greater than that of a bronze combat technique. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After executing Light Shadow 11 times in a row, he had expended more than half of his concentration already. Had he executed Light Shadow a few more times, he might have entered a state of mental exhaustion. Then his opponents could have slaughtered him. Guild leader, we're talking about helping them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month. Aqua Rose said worriedly. If Netherworld Empire's demand were simply to upgrade the Hell Legion's level or equipment standard, she wouldn't have been too concerned. However, players mainly had to rely on themselves to unlock their mana body. There were too many variables that could affect this process. Meanwhile, as more time passed, the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing possessed would continuously increase. There was no need for Zero Wing to be in such a rush to gain Tier 3 experts, using even the Starlight Fortress as a wager. Relax. The process of unlocking the mana body isn't as difficult as you think, Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Aqua Rose. Moreover, many matters in God's domain need to be done sooner rather than later. A delay would mean missing out on many opportunities. In any case, now that Netherworld Empire has agreed to our offer, it's time we returned to the Eastern Continent. If it were before he had fully unlocked his epic mana body, he really wouldn't be confident of fulfilling Netherworld Empire's condition. However, after absorbing the bountiful knowledge in Eliade's memory crystal, helping the Hell Legion's experts fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month wasn't a difficult task at all. After all, every one of the Hell Legion's experts was a genius even in the eyes of the various superpowers. Chapter 2507 Returning to the Eastern Continent. Chapter 2507 Returning to the Eastern Continent. We're returning so soon? But we just managed to stabilize the situation here. The Starlight Fortress has also just entered a phase of rapid development. If we leave now, I'm afraid problems will crop up in no time at all. Aqua Rose could not help being confused when she heard Sherfong say that they were returning to the Eastern Continent. The Starlight Fortress aside, what should we do about the Hell Legion's 300 experts? Do you intend to have them guard the Starlight Fortress guild leader? Currently, the importance of the Starlight Fortress was not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern Continent's Stone Forest City. In fact, the fortress was generating a much larger income in magic crystals than Stone Forest City. It would be a huge waste if they simply packed up and left after making a quick buck. However, the most important aspect of the Starlight Fortress wasn't the magic crystal income it generated, but its environment. The Starlight Fortress's ancient environment made it the best location for developing one's mana control on the Western Continent. Although the Starlight Fortress can bring us a ton of wealth and resources, it is just a tiny area on the Western Continent. If we wish to have a truly stable foothold on the Western Continent and gain a constant supply of resources from it, we need a kingdom or empire of our own. With just the number of players the Starlight Fortress is capable of attracting, securing a place of our own on the Western Continent will be a pipe dream, Sherfong explained, smiling. Therefore, before the Eastern Continent's superpowers shift their development focus toward the Western Continent, we need to occupy as many teleportation portals on the Eastern Continent as possible and send our members over. Otherwise, with just the one portal we currently possess, securing our hold over the Starlight Fortress will be our limit. Originally, he had not planned on extending Zero Wing's development to the Western Continent, merely on gaining some additional resources for the guild. After all, travel between the two main continents was simply too difficult. With Zero Wing's current ability, developing on both continents simultaneously was impossible. However, after acquiring the Starlight Fortress and the Silver Divine Dragon, as well as witnessing the power of mana techniques, he had changed his mind. During his previous life, the various superpowers had not placed much importance on mana techniques. Hence, he had thought that mana techniques were nothing to write home about. However, after witnessing and learning the Heavenly Blue Saint Eliade's mana technique, he understood just how much help mana techniques could provide players in challenging their future promotion quests. This was especially true for the Tier 4 promotion quest. Mastering a proper mana technique should reduce the difficulty of players' Tier 4 promotion quest by at least 30%. Even if players failed to master a mana technique, the knowledge they gained should still improve their combat power by a significant margin. After all was said and done, Tier 3 was only a transitional phase for the various powers of God's domain. Ultimately, the ones who would truly decide the strength of a power would be the experts standing at the peak of the game. This was also the reason why first-rate powers could never compete with the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the Starlight Fortress was currently the best location for players to develop their mana control. However, the current teleportation portal Zero Wing controlled only allowed a maximum of 10 players to be teleported to the Western continent each week. Just transferring all official and reserve members of Zero Wing's main force to the Western continent would take several months. By then, everything would be too late. Time waited for no man. With God's domain's current popularity, the development of powers was absurdly fast. This was especially true for the superpowers. With the number of experts and territories the various superpowers occupied, so long as they had sufficient funds and resources, their development speed could be far superior to the current Zero Wings. Hence, what Sherfong needed to do now was occupy more teleportation portals on the eastern continent, thereby increasing the number of players Zero Wing could send to the western continent. That way, the guild would be able to secure resources and advantages from both continents. At that time, the development speed of its experts would easily outstrip that of the various superpowers experts. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement at Sherfeng's words. If Zero Wing truly became capable of teleporting a large number of experts over to the western continent, then the guild would no longer have to worry about clashing with the various superpowers in the future. It might even become a true superpower. After all, the various superpowers might be superior to Zero Wing when it came to the number and quality of expert players, but in terms of guild resources and income, Zero Wing was not the slightest bit inferior to ordinary superpowers. Guild leader, in that case, why do we need to employ the Hell Legion? In any case, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't face any problems in the short term. During this time, so long as we can continuously transfer large batches of players over to the Western continent, including the 10 of us here, we won't need the Hell Legion to defend the Starlight Fortress at all, Aqua Rose explained. She did not doubt Sherfeng's ability to find more teleportation portals. After all, he had created plenty of miracles before. However, she still felt that employing the Hell Legion was a huge waste. After all, the Hell Legion operated only on the Western continent. Meanwhile, unlocking the mana body was a difficult task. Rather than waste time helping other people unlock their mana bodies, it would be much better to help their own guild's Tier 3 experts instead. That way, the guild would receive even greater benefits. The Hell Legion is currently one of the strongest legions in God's domain. How can I possibly waste their strength on guarding a fortress? I plan to bring them back with us, Sherfong explained, chuckling when he saw the look of confusion on Aqua Rose's face. There was no need for him to worry about the Starlight Fortress's security for the near term. After all, he had just defeated mythology. Before the various superpowers gathered sufficient power, they wouldn't dare do anything against the Starlight Fortress unless they no longer wished to mingle in Star Valley. They're returning with us. Aqua Rose was momentarily stunned when she heard Sherfeng's words. But we can send back only 10 people each week. The Hell Legion has 300 members. They were talking about 300 players. They would need 30 weeks just to get the entire Legion to the eastern continent. Of course. Why would I employ them otherwise? Sherfong retorted, smiling. The ancient teleportation portal might be our only way of traveling from the eastern continent to the western continent, but we're not limited to just one method of travel if it's the other way around. Other powers could only rely on ancient teleportation portals to travel between the two main continents. However, Zero Wing was a different story. If that weren't the case, he would never have made such a promise to Netherworld Empire. Is it really possible? For a moment, Aqua Rose felt as if Sherfong was joking. Relax. However, there's also no need for us to rush to return right now, either. We still need to wait for Divine Tribe to finish collecting the rare materials we need, Sherfong said confidently. After witnessing the Starlight Fortress's effects and obtaining the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy, he had given this matter careful thought. Although he didn't know why, traveling between the two main continents was incredibly difficult. However, for some reason, players in the various other worlds had a very easy time traveling to the two main continents. Taking advantage of this point, he was fully capable of bringing everyone to an otherworld first, then returning to the eastern continent via said otherworld. Opening a path to an otherworld might be difficult for other people, but it was a simple task for Sherfong. This was because he possessed the legendary item Moloch's Ring. With Moloch's Ring, he could open a gate of darkness and arrive at the central area of the Dark Denver. The Gate of Darkness did not place a limit on head count. It merely had a time limit of 3 minutes, which was definitely enough to let 300 players pass through the gate. Originally, Sherfong had wanted to avoid using Moloch's Ring. After all, the more times he used the ring, the stronger it would become, and the less time he would have to prepare before it tried to devour him. However, if using the ring once meant that he could bring 300 Tier 3 experts back to the eastern continent, he would be more than happy to do so. Following which, Sherfong spent another day or so waiting inside the Starlight Fortress. During this time, he not only signed an employment contract with Netherworld Empire, but also had Yen Tianqing and Iluofei familiarize themselves with the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's Mansion and various other matters. He planned to have the two of them remain behind to manage the Starlight Fortress. As to why he made such a decision, it was so that Zero Wing could manage the Starlight Fortress properly, as well as ensure the development of the Adventure Alliance branch that would be established here. After all, when it came to managing adventure teams, the two of them had a much better understanding than he did. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. While he was doing all that, Phythalia and many other Divine Tribe experts had brought a ton of rare materials and non-bag space materials unique to the Western continent over to the Starlight Fortress, the value of this batch of materials exceeding 3 million magic crystals. Sherfong stored all of them inside his epic spatial bag. Once he brought these things back to the eastern continent, he would definitely make a killing. Guild leader, the Hell Legion, and Fire Dances group have already gathered, Aqua Rose reported as she met Sherfong on the second-floor hall of the Fortress Lord's Mansion, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Even now, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that Sherfong could transport over 300 players back to the eastern continent. All right, let's return to the eastern continent. Sherfong could not help smiling when he saw Aqua Rose's expression. He then started incanting and summoned a gate of darkness in the second-floor hall. After the gate opened, he ushered everyone into it. In no time at all, the crowded second-floor hall emptied out. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den in a rainforest at the periphery of the Dark Den's central area. A huge gate made entirely of black fog suddenly appeared. The frightening amount of energy the gate radiated prompted the demonic creatures nearby to retreat involuntarily as they stared nervously at the 6-meter-tall gate. After the gate opened up, figures of players walked out of it in quick succession. What kind of place is this? The gravitational force here is so strong. It practically rivals the Star Tomb's first floor's Thunder Beast, who had just set foot into the rainforest, exclaimed in surprise. The dense power of darkness enveloping this rainforest aside, just the high-gravity environment here was more than enough to have a Tier 2 player's combat power. Even Tier 3 players, like Thunder Beast himself, were affected quite significantly. The mana here is also very dense, close to 50% of the mana found inside the Starlight Fortress. If we can engage in combat here long-term, it'll definitely provide significant help toward honing our mana control, a Tier 3 elementalist said excitedly. Although the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana was much denser than this rainforest's, combat was prohibited inside the fortress. However, in God's domain, if players wished to improve themselves, the fastest way to do so would be by participating in life-or-death battles. Fighting in mana-dense environments was particularly effective, as players would have a much easier time controlling their mana, which would, in turn, allow them to practice and familiarize themselves with their mana control more efficiently. At this point, the eyes of the Hell Legion's members glowed with excitement. This was because the rainforest teemed with monsters above level 100. This place was an excellent location for not only training their mana control, but also grinding for levels. Hal Rush and the others immediately understood why Sherfong was so confident that he could help them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month. If they could fight in such an excellent environment, fully unlocking their mana bodies in 1 month would indeed be feasible. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had followed Sherfong to the Dark Den, was similarly surprised by this situation. She never thought that Sherfong had actually kept such an excellent training ground hidden. The monsters here might not be very strong, with the majority of being level 100 chieftains and the strongest being level 100 plus great lords. But the environment here made it the perfect location for newly promoted tier 3 experts to train in. Guild leader, you're too biased. You actually saved such an excellent location for others. If Zero Wings members had grinded here as soon as they hit level 100, we might have been able to double the number of tier 3 experts we have by now, Aqua Rose grumbled. Aqua Rose's complaint rendered Sherfong, who had just set foot into the rainforest, at a loss for words because this place was completely different from the central area he knew. Previously, when he used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central area, he had arrived very close to the World Summit. Now, however, he couldn't even see the World Summit from where he stood. Moreover, his surroundings abounded with demonic creatures. The mana density here was also considerably high. In addition, the world here seemed to have built up some resistance toward him, as he found that he currently couldn't exhibit his full strength. Does the teleportation gate change destinations according to my tier or level? After giving the matter some thought, Sherfong concluded that his hypothesis was very likely to be correct because he had arrived at different locations during his first and second use of the Gate of Darkness. Only the difference was not particularly obvious, as he was teleported close to the World Summit on both instances. On the third instance, however, he was teleported to a completely foreign location, although still in the Dark Den's central area. Sherfong quickly shook his head, dismissing this matter. He was using the Dark Den as a transit point to travel to the eastern continent. As they were going to leave the Dark Den very soon, it did not matter what kind of location they arrived in. Unlike the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness, Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness was a two-way teleportation gate. In other words, so long as he opened Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness, anyone who was a part of his team could move freely between the two locations connected by the Gate of Darkness. Hence, what he needed to do next was simple. He just had to use White River City's return scroll in the Dark Den and return to White River City. Afterward, he would use Gate of Darkness once more and let Hal Rush and the others, who did not possess White River City's return scrolls, cross over to White River City. Even if this method wasn't viable, he could still use the Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness had a 30-person limit, it was still a better option than relying on ancient teleportation arrays. Right now, however, as Moloch's Ring was still on cooldown, Sherfong had the Hell Legion's members grind the surrounding demonic creatures and explore the rainforest. Although they wouldn't be here for long, the Dark Den was still a place created by gods. Even without the World Summit, there were still plenty of treasures and opportunities here that could not be found in the outside world. If they were lucky, they might gain a significant harvest. At the very least, it would be much better than sitting around doing nothing for an entire day. Guild leader, there's a town that's protected by a magic barrier right outside the rainforest. By the looks of it, quite a lot of players are gathered there, Fire Dance, who was scouting the vicinity, reported through the team chat. A town protected by a magic array? Fire Dance's report piqued Sherfang's interest. Is it one of the Dark Den's shelters? From what he knew, the Dark Den should have only shelters, not towns or cities. Shelters operated differently from the NPC towns and cities found in the outside world. Every shelter had its own unique abilities and produced its own specialty products. The higher ranked a shelter was, the better its specialty products. Meanwhile, with the shelter fire dance reported being in a level 100 plus map, its rank was definitely very high. Moreover, aside from specialty products, the Dark Den was also rich in gemstones, which were in short supply on the main continent. Guild leader, should we head over? Fire Dance asked. Of course, Shifeng said, nodding. This is an opportunity to make a fortune. Previously, Shifeng had been incredibly busy. In addition, the Bible of Darkness was necessary to suppress Moloch's ring, so he couldn't pass the Bible of Darkness to somebody else. As a result, aside from the occasional offline reports he received from Blue Frost and the others, it had been a very long time since Zero Wing had direct contact with the Dark Den. Shifeng had earned a lot of magic crystals and coins via the Starlight Fortress. Just the magic crystals he currently had on hand exceeded 600,000, while his coins totaled over 200,000 gold. He could use this opportunity to purchase a bunch of items to resell on the eastern continent. Moreover, attribute gemstones were much more valuable than magic crystals and also much more useful to players. Following which, Shifeng led Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing toward the shelter fire dance found. The Hell Legion's members showed no interest in the shelter at all, opting to remain behind. They only wanted to continue grinding and honing their mana control. After all, Shifeng had already told them that they would be leaving this precious training ground soon. Hence, they needed to cherish this opportunity and improve themselves as much as possible. The shelter fire dance found was at the foot of a mountain range, with mountains at 3 of its 4 cardinal directions. Since shelters were under constant assault from demonic creatures, it was undoubtedly strategically located. As Shifeng's group arrived within several hundred yards of the shelter, he finally got a clear look at it. Although this shelter wasn't particularly large, only the size of an advanced town in the outside world, the defensive magic array protecting it was incredibly powerful, capable of resisting the attacks of Tier 4 monsters for a very long time. In a level 100 plus map, a shelter with a defensive magic array of such caliber would definitely be considered a very safe location. This was also the reason why plenty of players resided in this shelter. Shifeng estimated that the shelter could easily accommodate over 200,000 players. A player population of 200,000 might not be anything significant compared to the towns found in the outside world, but in the Dark Den, with its low player population, this was a very frightening number. Moreover, the residents of this shelter were very strong. Even the lowest level player Shifeng had spotted was level 104. At level 106 and level 107, the higher level ones could rival the levels of the various superpowers peak experts found in the outside world. The shelter's players were also considerably well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on them being level 100 mysterious iron rank and the majority being level 100 secret silver equipment. Some experts were even fully geared in level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, for some reason, most of the weapons and equipment of these players stopped at level 100. Extremely few players sported level 105 equipment. In fact, even level 105 mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare. When Shifeng's group arrived at the shelter's entrance, a level 106, Tier 3 female swordsmen who looked both beautiful and capable suddenly approached them. I believe you are Vice Guild Leader Blue Frost's teammates? I have been waiting for you for a long time now, the female swordsman said excitedly. May I know when Vice Guild Leader Frost will arrive? Blue Frost. Shifeng could not help growing confused at the situation. The female swordsman before him was considerably strong. Not only was she at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but she was also just one small step shy of the Void Realm standard. When the female swordsman saw the confusion on Shifeng's face, she pointed at the 6-winged emblem he wore and asked strangely, Are you not Vice Guild Leader Frost companions? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and Tier 3 players wearing Zero Wings guild emblem were even rarer. Hence, she had concluded that Shurfang's group should be Blue Frost's companions. "We are indeed companions, but probably not in the way you think we are," Shurfang explained. So, Vice Guild Leader Frost's team still couldn't make it in time. The female swordsman grew a little dejected when she heard Shurfang's words. Meanwhile, as soon as this female swordsman finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from a short distance away. "Graceful, I told you long ago that rather than inviting Zero Wings Blue Frost, it would be much better to invite Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild Leader Fantasy. Yet you refused to listen. Now we're doomed." Chapter 2509. Struggle over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Chapter 2509. Struggle over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Purple, why are you here? When the female swordsman named Graceful Monarch turned toward the clear and pleasant voice, joy and surprise flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, a beautiful level 107, Tier 3 female elementalist, dressed in light blue robes and holding a dark purple wooden staff, walked over to Graceful Monarch. Similar to Graceful Monarch, this female elementalist was almost at the Void Realm. However, in the female elementalist's presence, the surrounding mana was much tamer than before, looking as if it had found its owner. The appearance of this female elementalist immediately caught the attention of the surrounding players. Everyone turned to look at her, many of the female players present eyeing her with awe and worship. "What? Purple Rakshasa? She actually came here. It seems our extreme light shelter has hope of protecting our bronze teleportation gate this time. That's only natural. After all, Purple Rakshasa is one of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists, just like Shelter One's Blue Frost. Although she just got promoted to the position recently, she's not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Frost. With her youth, she might even surpass Blue Frost and become the #1 elementalist in the Dark Denver." As the various experts present looked at the luxuriously dressed Tier 3 female elementalist, they broke into a heated discussion among themselves. The originally tense atmosphere enveloping the shelter also lightened considerably due to her appearance. Purple Rakshasa? When Shurfang looked at the female elementalist, who looked like a prideful female leopard, he too was surprised. He never thought that he would meet her, one of God's domain's famous 12 sacred elementalists. During Shurfang's previous life, Blue Frost had served as one of the capable generals of Fantasy Shrine and received the first-rate guild's full support. This was the reason why he had managed to become a Tier 5 expert in God's domain. Purple Rakshasa, however, had spent her entire career in God's domain as an independent player, yet not only did she manage to reach Tier 5, but she had even become one of the publicly acknowledged 12 sacred elementalists. Back then, aside from Tier 6 God-ranked experts, there was nobody capable of doing anything against Purple Rakshasa. The only unfortunate thing was that Purple Rakshasa had not come across sufficient fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, she might have become a Tier 6 mage god. While Shurfang's group was observing Purple Rakshasa, the latter had simply glanced at Shurfang's group before returning her attention to Graceful Monarch, mindless of the fact that Shurfang's group of 10 consisted entirely of Tier 3 players. Currently, Tier 3 players might still be very powerful, but they were no longer as rare as before. Moreover, there were stark differences between players even after reaching Tier 3, unlike when players were still at Tier 2. The reason for this was the difference in mana body rank. If players merely completed the most basic trial when challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest, their strength would not increase by much. Meanwhile, the majority of the Tier 3 experts she normally saw had gotten promoted to Tier 3 using this method. Such Tier 3 experts might be unreachable existences in the eyes of ordinary players, but for experts of her caliber, Such Tier 3 experts were no different from ordinary Tier 2 experts. They merely had a few more basic attributes than their Tier 2 counterparts. The Extreme Light Shelter's bronze teleportation gate is our lifeline to the outside world. If we really let guilds from the outside world monopolize it, then local players like ourselves will be doomed. I naturally have to put in some effort into defending it, Purple Rakshasa said as she faced Graceful Monarch. I understand, but both Blue Frost and yourself are elementalists. The combat power you two can exhibit in a team battle is several times greater than what physical classes like myself are capable of. If we have the two of you helping us, the Extreme Light Shelter will have a much greater chance of successfully defending the bronze teleportation gate, Graceful Monarch said, sighing. If the upcoming battle were merely a small-scale team battle, she would be confident of the Extreme Light Shelter emerging victorious. Unfortunately, the battle over the bronze teleportation gate's management rights was a large-scale war that would involve hundreds of thousands of players. It was not a battle that melee players like herself could hope to make a difference in. However, it was a different story for magical class players. This was especially true for Blue Frost and Purple Rakshasa, two of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists. Both of them possessed plenty of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, which would be extremely valuable in the upcoming war. It was no exaggeration to say that just one of them could contribute as much as several dozen melee experts, like Graceful Monarch herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Blue Frost to manage the bronze teleportation gate together. Blue Frost's team is indeed very strong. This is especially true if those several lunatics are participating as well. However, if you think you can win against the outside world's superpowers in the upcoming war by relying just on them, you're in for a rude awakening. You don't know how powerful the outside world's superpowers are, Purple Rakshasa said, shaking her head. Even with my current self, I can barely hold my own against 2 or 3 peak experts belonging to superpowers simultaneously. As for the various superpowers domain realm monsters, I'd have trouble surviving against one of them. However, each of these superpowers has several domain realm monsters. They have several experts that even you can't defeat. Graceful Monarch's eyes widened in shock when she heard Purple Rakshasa's words. After all, Purple Rakshasa could trounce over a dozen Tier 3 experts by herself. Even the peak experts of first-rate guilds were no match for her. Graceful Monarch found it truly hard to believe that the outside world's superpowers had multiple experts that surpassed Purple Rakshasa. I met a lot of experts during my last visit to the outside world. I have to admit that the combat standards there are much higher than the Dark Den's. We only have an advantage when it comes to Tier 3 skills and spells, as well as level 100 weapons and equipment, Purple Rakshasa said humbly. What should we do, then? If what you say is true, our shelter doesn't stand a chance, Graceful Monarch said, frowning. Although she had long since known that the outside world's superpowers were not simple, she never thought that they were this strong. Hence, like I said before, partnering with Vice Guild Leader Fantasy is our best option. With Crimson Emperor's help, we can easily secure our hold over the bronze teleportation gate and gain more time for preparations, Purple Rakshasa advised. She then glanced at Shurfeng's group before continuing. Otherwise, even if Shelter One's experts arrive, we will still lose the gate. It seems we have no choice but that, Graceful Monarch said, consenting to Purple Rakshasa's suggestion. She knew that the elementalist never lied. Hence, when she saw the serious expression on Purple Rakshasa's face, she understood that the chances of Extreme Light Shelter winning without Crimson Emperor's help was minuscule. Following which, Graceful Monarch had Purple Rakshasa contact Crimson Emperor's side before turning her attention to Shurfeng's group. I apologize for mistaking your identities before. I also hope that you don't take Purple Rakshasa's words to heart. She's not looking down on Zero Wing. It's just that the Extreme Light Shelter's future is at stake right now. As compensation, Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I can represent the Extreme Light Shelter in offering you a 20% discount on all expenditures inside the shelter today. However, as the Extreme Light Shelter will be fighting a war soon, I advise you not to stay for too long. Otherwise, you're likely to get embroiled in the fight. If that happens, you'll have a difficult time leaving, Graceful Monarch said in an apologetic tone to Sherfong. Meanwhile, just as Sherfong was about to say something, Purple Rakshasa suddenly walked over with an excited look on her face. Graceful, good news. Vice Guild Leader Fantasy and her team has arrived already. She says that she'll be here soon. At that time, you can negotiate the partnership with her, Purple Rakshasa said, looking at Graceful Monarch. Shortly after Purple Rakshasa finished speaking, a group of players appeared on the street some distance away. Standing at the head of this group of players was a female cleric with a charming appearance. The arrival of this group of players caused an uproar among the nearby players. This was because every member of this 100-man team was actually a Tier 3 player. The number of Tier 3 experts in this team almost equaled the total Tier 3 player population of the Extreme Light Shelter. Chapter 2510 Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame, 100 Tier 3 Experts. Chapter 2510 Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame, 100 Tier 3 Experts. So, this is the strength of a super first-rate guild. That cleric walking in the lead is amazing. Not only is she geared in a complete set of level 105 fine gold set equipment, but she even has 3 epic weapons and equipment. With this kind of equipment, she can probably suppress Purple Rakshasa with basic attributes alone. When the residents of the Extreme Light Shelter saw Crimson Emperor's members, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets from shock. Aside from all 100 members of Crimson Emperor's team being Tier 3, just the weapons and equipment Crimson Emperor's members sported were enough to blind the eyes of everyone in the shelter. After all, not to mention level 105 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment, barely any level 105 weapons and equipment existed in the Extreme Light Shelter. Moreover, the majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. However, even the weakest piece of equipment on Crimson Emperor's members was level 105 secret silver rank. Unprecedented shock filled Graceful Monarch's heart at this scene. At the same time, she finally understood why Purple Rakshasa had strongly recommended that the Extreme Light Shelter partner with Crimson Emperor. The Extreme Light Shelter was one of the top 10 shelters in the entire Dark Den, with a large number of expert players based in it. However, when compared to Crimson Emperor, the Extreme Light Shelter was like a candle flame before a raging firestorm. The difference in Tier 3 experts aside, just the difference in combat standards was already more than enough to instill despair in Graceful Monarch. From what she could tell, even the weakest expert among Crimson Emperor's team was at the Flowing Water Realm, with many of them experts at the Void Realm. In fact, Graceful Monarch couldn't even fathom the depths of the female cleric at the lead. However, her instincts told her that this female cleric was definitely far stronger than herself. She doubted she could last more than 5 moves against this female cleric. Graceful Monarch had to admit that Purple Rakshasa was right. It really would be meaningless even if Zero Wings Blue Frost arrived. After all, they could most likely resolve the struggle over the bronze teleportation gate, this time with just Crimson Emperor's people. A short moment later, Crimson Emperor's members arrived before Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa. The combined aura released by 100 Tier 3 experts was enough to stifle the breath of the surrounding players. Graceful, let me introduce you. This person here is Illusory Words, a Vice Guild leader of Crimson Emperor. Previously, it was only thanks to Vice Guild Leader Illusory that I managed to complete that epic quest of mine. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to develop as quickly as I did, Purple Rakshasa said in a respectful tone. So long as we have Vice Guild Leader Illusory's help, We definitely won't have a problem defending the bronze teleportation gate. Purple Rakshasa had personally witnessed illusory words' strength before. Back then, with just her own strength, illusory words had suppressed a Grand Lord of the same level. If not for the excessive HP of level 100 plus Grand Lords, illusory words would have been more than capable of soloing it. Illusory words' strength was something Purple Rakshasa had been seeking to attain all this time. Compared to illusory words, the Dark Den's top-ranking experts, such as Blue Frost, were nothing. Greetings! I am Graceful Monarch, the commander of the Extreme Light Shelter's #1 adventure team. Graceful Monarch said, introducing herself. I believe you already know about the struggle over the bronze teleportation gate. On behalf of the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventure teams, I hope that you can assist us in defending our bronze teleportation gate. The Extreme Light Shelter is willing to offer 30% of the gate's slots to Crimson Emperor for the successful defense of the gate. May I know what you think of this proposal? Vice Guild Leader Illusory. The main function of the bronze teleportation gate was to facilitate travel between the Dark Den and the outside world. However, the gate limited travel to a maximum of 1,000 players daily. It naturally held an incredibly huge temptation for the Dark Den's players and the players of the outside world. As a result, the gate had become the Extreme Light Shelter's main source of income. However, as luck would have it, powers in the outside world had somehow obtained a key that could control the bronze teleportation gate and gain the right to contest for the gate's authority. Fortunately, the Extreme Light Shelter was the one responsible for activating the bronze teleportation gate and held a dominant position over it. Hence, the Extreme Light Shelter could send as many players as it wanted to defend the gate. On the other hand, the key allowed its user to send only a maximum of 5,000 players to contest for the gate. Originally, Graceful Monarch had been relatively confident that the Extreme Light Shelter could protect the bronze teleportation gate all by itself. She had recruited the help of Shelter One's Zero Wing merely as a precaution. However, after seeing Crimson Emperor's team, she came to understand how mistaken she was. In front of a true superpower, the 100-plus Tier 3 experts the Extreme Light Shelter possessed were nothing but a joke. As for Tier 2 players, they were nothing more than cannon fodder before Tier 3 players. The most they could do was whittle down the stamina of the enemy's Tier 3 players. However, if the Extreme Light Shelter's Tier 3 experts couldn't stand up to the enemy's Tier 3 players, then the efforts of the shelter's Tier 2 players would be for naught. After Graceful Monarch finished speaking, she looked at illusory words nervously. Conceding 30% of the gate slots was already the Extreme Light Shelter's various adventurer teams' bottom line. After all, aside from the slots for the various adventure teams, the shelter had to sell some to earn the resources and coins for its own development. However, Crimson Emperor would be pivotal to a successful defense of the bronze teleportation gate. The Extreme Light Shelter wasn't the only shelter with a teleportation gate connecting the Dark Den with the outside world. However, its bronze teleportation gate was currently the sole teleportation gate to have a key fall into the hands of a superpower in the outside world. The keys for the other teleportation gates had yet to be discovered. Meanwhile, for a teleportation gate that had its key discovered, the shelter that ruled the gate would face a power struggle once a month. Moreover, the timing of the struggle was the same for all teleportation gates. In other words, Crimson Emperor would be able to help only one shelter at a time. The Extreme Light Shelter might be the only shelter available for Crimson Emperor to partner with right now. But that wouldn't be the case in the future. It was only a matter of time before a power in the outside world discovered the keys of the teleportation gates of the other shelters. At that time, Crimson Emperor would have more and possibly better partners to choose from. During the time Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were quietly waiting for illusory words' reply, the latter actually had her eyes directed behind Graceful Monarch. To be precise, she was looking at the departing backs of Shurfang's group. Vice Guild Leader Illusory. Is something wrong with those people? Purple Rakshasa asked when she noticed Illusory Words staring at Sher Feng's group with a strange expression. It's nothing. I just felt that those people looked somewhat familiar. However, it shouldn't be possible for them to appear here, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. She felt that she was overthinking things. According to her guild's investigation, Sher Feng's group was currently on the Western continent. With the Western continent's resources at hand, why would they come to such a small world to compete for resources? Are you talking about them? They are experts belonging to Shelter One's Zero Wing. They should be here to trade with the Extreme Light Shelter, Graceful Monarch said as she turned to look at Sher Feng's group, which had already moved over 300 yards away from her position. Previously, I invited Blue Frost, Zero Wing's Vice Guild Leader, to help in defending the Bronze Teleportation Gate. Unfortunately, it seems that Vice Guild Leader Frost got pinned down by some problems on his side. Otherwise, with the help of his team, we'd have a much easier time defending the gate. Shelter One's Zero Wing has only a few noteworthy experts. Everyone else is not worth mentioning whatsoever. If Zero Wing's members really participate in the defensive battle this time, they'll be fortunate to stay alive, Purple Rakshasa said nonchalantly as she glanced at Sher Feng's group. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts to bring about any significant changes to the defensive battle this time. In normal times, Tier 3 experts would indeed be very amazing. However, the defensive battle this time would be extraordinary. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would be no different from Tier 2 experts. No, that might not be the case, Illusory Words objected, shaking her head. Wearing a look of admiration, she continued, If it's that person from Zero Wing, then Zero Wing can easily win the defensive battle by itself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, does Zero Wing really possess such an expert? Graceful Monarch asked curiously. Graceful Monarch had a relatively good understanding of Shelter One's Zero Wing. Among the guild's members, the strongest was Blue Frost. However, he was only slightly stronger than the current Purple Rakshasa. In front of Illusory Words, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves. Hence, Graceful Monarch found it very difficult to believe that Zero Wing possessed an expert capable of turning the tide of the defensive battle this time all by themselves and earning the admiration of an expert of Illusory Words' caliber. Purple Rakshasa similarly wore a skeptical look at Illusory Words' statement. Upon seeing that neither Graceful Monarch nor Purple Rakshasa believed her, Illusory Words chuckled and said, Of course it does! That person is Zero Wing's current guild leader, Black Flame. Chapter 2511, Shocking Appearance at the Shelter. Is Zero Wing's guild leader really so amazing? Chapter 2511, Shocking Appearance at the Shelter. Is Zero Wing's guild leader really so amazing? Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa could not help the skepticism on their faces when they heard Illusory Words' statement. They felt that the cleric was joking. Both of them were familiar with the strength of Shelter One's Zero Wing. They also knew that Zero Wing was a large guild in the outside world. Naturally, the guild leader of Zero Wing should possess extraordinary strength as well. Otherwise, an expert of Blue Frost's caliber wouldn't have joined it. However, no matter how they thought about it, they simply could not imagine one individual being capable of turning the tide of the upcoming defensive battle. After all, the defensive battle this time was a large-scale war, not some simple skirmish out in the fields. The opponents they had to face wouldn't be limited to just expert players, but would include powerful war weapons and tools as well. In the face of powerful war weapons and tools, Tier 3 players were no different from Tier 2 players. Unless players had an invulnerability skill, they would almost certainly die upon getting attacked. He is very amazing. It's no exaggeration to call him a true monster, Illusory Words said, nodding. Upon seeing Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshas's skeptical looks, she smiled helplessly and continued, With my present skills, I wouldn't last more than 3 moves against him. Even you can't last more than 3 moves? Both Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were astounded at this revelation. Although they couldn't fathom illusory words of strength, instinct told them that they had only one viable option if they went up against the cleric: escape. Aside from escaping, no other option would keep them alive. In fact, the outcome would be the same even if both of them went at her together. However, a monster like Illusory Words was actually saying that she couldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. How could this be possible? If you meet him one day, you'll naturally know whether I am telling the truth or not, Illusory Word said, chuckling. She did not bother elaborating. In response, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa still maintained a dubious attitude to Illusory Words' statement. However, they did not pursue this matter. Instead, they shifted the conversation to the details of the upcoming defensive battle. During the time Graceful Monarch and the others were discussing among themselves, Shifeng had left the Extreme Light shelter together with Fire Dance and the others, completely ignorant of the words that Illusory Words had said about him. Guild leader, are we leaving so quickly? I saw many attribute gemstones on sale at very low prices here. There are even Tier 3 skill and spell books available. It's a huge waste to leave this place so soon, Aqua Rose said when she noticed that Shifeng had no intention of lingering in the Extreme Light shelter. It would have been fine if she hadn't entered the Extreme Light shelter. However, after entering it, she discovered that the shelter was a treasure trove. Not only were attribute gemstones 50% cheaper than on the Eastern continent, but even Tier 3 skill and spell books, which were incredibly rare on the Eastern continent, were available. Although these Tier 3 skill and spell books were all for ordinary skills and spells rather than control or AoE skills and spells, if put up for auction in the various kingdoms and empires, they would still cause a huge uproar. Tons of people would vie to purchase them. After all, the power of Tier 3 skills and spells were significantly stronger than their Tier 2 counterparts. They would be of great help to players when dealing with both players and monsters. Yes, we need to leave at once. Those attribute gemstones and Tier 3 skill and spell books might be precious, but we have much more important things to do, Shifeng said. The Dark Den was a special otherworld. Originally, he thought that it would still be some time before the main continent's various powers started extending their hands toward the Dark Denver. He never imagined that not only had the main continent's powers discovered the Dark Den so soon, but there was even a means of travel between the Dark Den and the main continent already. Others might not realize the implications of this matter, but Shifeng, who had a profound understanding of God's domain, knew just how frightening this matter was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the various powers would go crazy upon realizing the Dark Den's benefits. Skill and spell books at the Tier 3 standard and above were incredibly rare in the outside world. Players wouldn't necessarily obtain one even if they rated level 100 plus super large-scale team dungeons. Most other worlds shared the same problem. However, the Dark Den was an exception, let alone Tier 3 skills and spells. Even Tier 3 taboo skills and curses were relatively easily obtainable here. Meanwhile, aside from unlocking the potential of one's mana body, the next fastest way to improve one's combat power would be to learn more Tier 3 skills and spells. Nowadays, competition in God's domain was intensifying, and the various powers were all frantically searching for ways to increase their own strength. With such a perfect opportunity to elevate the combat power of their Tier 3 experts, the various powers would naturally go crazy. While there still weren't many passages linking the Dark Den and the main continent in existence, Shifeng needed to occupy as many advantages in the Dark Den as he could and accelerate Shelter One's development. Only by doing so would he be able to provide Zero Wing's experts with a continuous supply of Tier 3 skill and spell books. Currently, although Shelter One's development was progressing relatively smoothly, it barely ranked within the top 10 shelters of the Dark Denver. It was quite inferior even to the Extreme Light shelter. Normally, it was incredibly difficult to accelerate the development of a shelter, as it depended on the effort and contribution of the shelter's residents. To accelerate a shelter's development, one had to raise the quality of the players residing in the shelter. For other powers and players, this might be quite a challenge. For the current Shi Feng, however, it wasn't a difficult task at all because he was already an intermediate master magician with the ability to construct and strengthen town and city magic arrays. So long as he strengthened Shelter 1's magic array and improved its defensive capabilities, the shelter would become a much safer place for players. Then he wouldn't have to worry about lacking talented players developing in Shelter 1. While Shi Feng was trying to find a secluded location to use the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to Shelter 1, a series of explosions came from outside the Extreme Light Shelter. They were so loud that they echoed throughout the entire Extreme Light Shelter. What's going on? Shouldn't there still be several hours before the defensive battle starts? Look over there. A group of people seems to be fighting there. Isn't that hovering Elementalist Shelter 1's Blue Frost? Who are those people around him? They're so amazing. They actually managed to reduce one of our dark den's 3 great elementalists to such a miserable state. The players standing guard on the walls of the Extreme Light Shelter gaped in shock as they looked at a nearby plane. This was because Blue Frost and 24 or so other Tier 3 experts were currently surrounded by a force of several hundred players. Moreover, not only was Blue Frost's side at a complete disadvantage, but by the looks of it, it was also only a matter of time before Blue Frost's side got annihilated. Those were Tier 3 players they were talking about. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players were existences capable of instant killing Tier 2 players. This was especially true for a Tier 3 expert like Blue Frost. He could instantly kill a group of Tier 2 players if he wanted to. Now, however, Blue Frost and his team were actually on the defensive and didn't even have any room to retaliate. Since when did the Sentinel Shelter's people become so strong? Graceful Monarch, who had hurried her way to the top of the shelter's walls, was surprised when she saw the players attacking Blue Frost's team. Others might not be familiar with the several hundred players attacking Blue Frost's team, but she was. These players were experts belonging to the Sentinel Shelter's number 1 adventure team, whom she had clashed with recently. However, back then, the overall strength of this adventure team was significantly weaker than Blue Frost's team. The adventure team also had only a little over a dozen Tier 3 experts. There was no way it could match up with Blue Frost's team at all. Now, however, every one of the Tier 2 experts from the Sentinel Shelter had seemingly activated a Berserk skill. They not only possessed frightening basic attributes, but could also fly for short periods. Blue Frost's team couldn't shake off these Tier 2 experts, even if they wanted to. Wait, that's not right. All those people from the Sentinel Shelter are demonized. Moreover, their demonized ranks are considerably high. Purple Rakshasa revealed a somber expression when she saw this scene. Demonized players were extremely rare in the Dark Denver. After her Tier 3 promotion, she had come across a demonized player only once. Although the demonized player was also Tier 3, his combat standard was only at the Refinement Realm standard. However, she had ended up fighting a bitter battle and had even nearly lost her life to the demonized player. Now, however, the Sentinel Shelter actually possessed several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts and over a dozen Tier 3 demonized experts. The Sentinel Shelter originally possessed relatively great strength already, ranking among the Dark Den's top 15 shelters. Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's number 1 adventure team, was even one of the rare few peak experts in the Dark Denver. As for the remaining Tier 3 experts belonging to Troubled Times' adventure team, even the weakest among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. With all of these players demonized, Purple Rakshasa couldn't imagine how Blue Frost's team could survive this battle. While everyone from the Extreme Light Shelter was discussing this matter, Blue Frost and his teammates continuously lost HP. "Frost, have you still not come to your senses?" a level 108 Tier 3 Berserker asked as he quietly watched Blue Frost frantically fending off one attack after another. The higher-ups have a very high opinion of you and your teammates' potential. Hence, they specifically instructed me to avoid harming you all. Why do you think the Tier 3 players on our side still haven't made a move until now? Troubled, I admit that you're far stronger than us now, but don't even think about getting us to submit. Moreover, we have long since joined Zero Wing. Why must you keep on targeting us? Blue Frost retorted as he looked at Troubled Times. That's right. Zero Wing has treated us well. How can we possibly betray Zero Wing to join you? Evening Lotus, the female cleric standing beside Blue Frost, said in a determined tone. It seems you people have resolved yourselves to die. Troubled Times frowned when he heard Blue Frost's and Evening Lotus's words. He then started walking toward Blue Frost and said, In that case, I'll let you all know just how laughable Zero Wing's strength is before us. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after saying so, Troubled Times' body expanded in size and his skin blackened. 2 horns also suddenly sprouted from his forehead, and the aura his body exuded turned violent. Upon sensing the change to Troubled Times' aura, Graceful Monarch and the others spectating from a distance gasped. They never thought that Troubled Times had actually grown this strong. Just the aura he released already surpassed that of ordinary Grand Lords. Right now, he most likely could wipe the floor with a 100-man team of ordinary Tier 3 players. However, as Troubled Times walked towards Blue Frost's team, a deep voice suddenly appeared from the void. It seems you're very confident in your strength. In that case, let me see if you really are as strong as you say you are. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone turned to look at its origin. Everyone's eyes landed on a spatial gate that had appeared in midair. To be precise, everyone was looking at the cloaked man carrying 2 long swords walking out of the spatial gate. Chapter 2512, You're Not Qualified. Chapter 2512, You're Not Qualified. Who is that guy? He actually arrived here via a spatial gate. How extravagant. Is that guy tired of living? Can't he see that even an expert like Blue Frost is getting cornered? Does he think Troubled Times is a reasonable person? The spectating players inside the extreme light shelter were stunned when they saw Sherfong suddenly appear in the middle of the battlefield. They never imagined that such a situation would occur. Even from several yards away, everyone could clearly sense the frightening aura Troubled Times exuded. The strength he possessed had definitely reached inhuman levels. There was no doubt that the current Troubled Times could defeat Blue Frost in just a handful of moves. In fact, Troubled Times was most likely more than capable of soloing Blue Frost's entire team. Yet, there was actually someone who experienced Troubled Times' domineering strength and still dared to provoke him. A measly Tier 3 player dares oppose our commander? Bastard! You're 100 years too early. I'll let you know now what true strength is. The level 108, Tier 3 shield warrior standing behind Troubled Times bellowed in anger, then raised his shield and axe and charged at Sherfong, determined to let the swordsman know just how powerful the Sentinel shelter was. This person actually dares provoke Troubled Times just so that he can become famous. With this, nobody in the entire Dark Den can save him. The Sentinel shelter definitely won't stop hunting him down until he's back to level 0. Wait, that's not right. That person seems to be wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem too. He should be here to rescue Blue Frost's team. What's the point of coming out now? Can't he see just how frightening Troubled Times is right now? Let alone Blue Frost's team. Even our extreme light shelter's number 1 adventurer team would be no match for Troubled Times. What can a lone person like him possibly hope to accomplish? At this moment, some players with good eyesight noticed the silver, 6-winged emblem pinned on Sherfeng's black cloak. However, even after seeing this guild emblem, nobody felt optimistic about this situation. Everyone merely sighed at or ridiculed Shurfeng's actions. Before today, with Zero Wing's help, Shelter 1 definitely had a chance to grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. However, now that Shelter 1 was faced with the overbearing Sentinel Shelter, it was fated to fall into oblivion. He shouldn't have gone, Graceful Monarch, who was spectating atop the Extreme Light Shelter's wall, muttered to herself. She was initially surprised when she saw Shurfeng making an appearance on the battlefield. Afterward, however, she could not help but shake her head and sigh. In the eyes of Tier 2 experts, Shurfeng, who was a Tier 3 player, would indeed be considered very strong. However, his current opponents were the Tier 3 demonized experts from the Sentinel Shelter. It seems he has quite the backbone. Purple Rakshasa was surprised as she watched Shurfeng land before troubled times. However, if even Blue Frost is struggling against the Sentinel Shelter, what can that guy possibly hope to accomplish? Nobody had a better idea of exactly how powerful demonized players were than she did. Demonized players' basic attributes and physique far surpassed those of regular players of the same tier. One could say that at this point in time, aside from illusory words, nobody in the entire Extreme Light Shelter could pose a challenge to the Sentinel Shelter. Unfortunately, there was no reason for someone of illusory words' stature to interfere in such an affair. However, when Purple Rakshasa turned to illusory words who stood beside her, she noticed a heavy and shocked expression appear on illusory words' face. It was as if the cleric had just seen a ghost. Why is he here? Illusory words muttered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Right now, the shock she felt was obvious even to the ordinary players present. Vice Guild Leader Illusory? Purple Rakshasa could not help growing curious as she looked at illusory words. Previously, illusory words had maintained her composure when bathed in troubled times' imposing aura. Now, however, illusory words actually looked shaken after seeing an ordinary Tier 3 swordsman who exuded not the slightest bit of aura. This situation was simply unbelievable. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, do you know that person? Graceful Monarch asked. She, too, could clearly sense illusory words losing her composure. Previously, Graceful Monarch had already carefully observed Shurfeng and understood that he possessed considerable strength. However, it was not at a level where experts of her caliber needed to pay much attention. The only thing she found noteworthy about Shurfeng was that he was an expert of Zero Wing. However, if even Blue Frost, a Vice Guild leader of Zero Wing, had failed to gain her illusory words' interest, how could a measly Tier 3 expert from Zero Wing possibly do so? I do. Of course I do, Illusory Words said, a smile blooming on her face when she saw the curious gazes Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were directing at her. He's the person I told you about before. He's Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. As soon as Illusory Words mentioned the name of Black Flame, Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were momentarily stunned. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, you're saying that he is Zero Wing's guild leader? Purple Rakshasa instinctively denied the truth of Illusory Words' statement. How is that possible? I met him before. Let alone the aura of a Tier 3 player, even the mana fluctuations he is giving off are very weak for a Tier 3 player. How can he possibly be the monster you mentioned? In God's domain, all expert players would exude an aura of strength. After they reached Tier 3, the mana fluctuations their bodies caused would also become much more difficult to hide. Moreover, even if a player managed to conceal those mana fluctuations, an expert's instincts would still warn them if they were standing before an opponent with monstrous strength. Take Illusory Words, for example. Despite Illusory Words having concealed her strength completely, Purple Rakshasa's instincts still warned her against fighting the cleric. However, Purple Rakshasa could not sense anything from Shurfeng. In her mind, Shurfeng was the textbook example of an ordinary Tier 3 player. So, he is that rumored guild leader of Zero Wing. Graceful Monarch muttered doubtfully as she looked at the distant Shurfeng. Similar to Purple Rakshasa, She found Illusory Words' statement incredible and suspected it was a joke. The Black Flame Illusory Words mentioned was Zero Wings Guild leader. Even if he wasn't as strong as Illusory Words said he was, he should at least be stronger than Blue Frost and his teammates. Otherwise, with the personalities of Blue Frost and the others, they definitely wouldn't be willing to submit themselves to his command. On the other hand, someone of Illusory Words' stature had no reason to play jokes on experts like them. While Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch were half-doubting Illusory Words' statement, Blue Frost suddenly exclaimed in bewilderment, "Guild leader!" Although Blue Frost did not speak very loudly, his words swept through the battlefield, and subsequently, the extreme light shelter like a typhoon. What? He really is Zero Wings Guild leader. Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch goggled in shock upon hearing Blue Frost's words. They never thought that Sherfong, who looked like the average passerby, would actually be the person responsible for recruiting experts like Blue Frost and his teammates, as well as the monster that Illusory Words admired. Originally, they thought that, with the several hundred yards separating Illusory Words and Sherfong, the cleric might have recognized the wrong person. However, such a mistake was definitely impossible for Blue Frost. Setting aside the fact that Blue Frost possessed the extraordinary body of a Tier 3 player, he was one of Zero Wings' vice guild leaders. He might as well resign from his position if he couldn't recognize his own guild leader at that proximity. Everyone from the Sentinel Shelter was also dumbfounded at this scene. They never thought that this rude intruder would actually be Zero Wings' guild leader. Are you kidding me? How can this weak bastard be Zero Wings' guild leader? They knew very clearly what kind of strength and potential Blue Frost and his teammates possessed. In their opinion, the person responsible for recruiting Blue Frost's group had to be a dragon among men. Otherwise, how could that person have persuaded an expert of Blue Frost's caliber to join Zero Wing? Upon sensing the skeptical looks everyone was giving him, Sherfong could not help a bitter smile. Previously, he had become so famous that everybody knew about him. Now, however, this group of people was actually questioning his identity. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, so, you're Zero Wings guild leader. However, what about it? Whether it is you or Blue Frost's group, none of you will be leaving this place alive. The level 108 Tier 3 shield warrior who was charging at Sherfong remained unfazed, even after finding out Sherfeng's identity. Instead, he proceeded to activate Brutal Collision and rammed his shield at Sherfong. However, before the level 108 shield warrior could reach Sherfong, a lithe figure suddenly appeared behind the shield warrior, catching him unawares. The snowy short sword this lithe figure wielded then transformed into a black streak of light that pierced through the shield warrior's armor and stabbed straight into his heart. By the time the shield warrior reacted to the attack, a bloody rose had bloomed on his chest. Damage exceeding -400,000 also appeared above his head, the attack plundering all of his HP. You're not qualified to fight our guild leader. Chapter 2513 Power of One Strike. Chapter 2513 Power of One Strike. When the level 108 Tier 3 shield warrior's body collapsed to the ground and disintegrated into particles of light, the entire world seemingly froze momentarily as silence enveloped the battlefield. Only after some time had passed did everyone react to the situation. He died. Impossible. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the lithe figure standing behind the shield warrior's corpse. This was especially true for the players from the Sentinel Shelter. Their mouths were hanging wide open in shock because nobody knew better than they did just how much HP and defense the fallen shield warrior possessed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a Tier 3 berserker were allowed to freely attack the shield warrior using skills, the berserker would need at least 10 attacks to kill the shield warrior. Now, however, let alone 10 attacks, the shield warrior had failed to stun even one. The Sentinel Shelter's healers didn't even have a chance to heal the shield warrior. That's a Tier 3 demonized shield warrior we're talking about. Is she even human? Purple Rakshasa could not help her astonishment as she stared at Fire Dance, who was slowly walking up to Sherfong. Purple Rakshasa had clashed with a Tier 3 demonized expert before, so she knew exactly how powerful Tier 3 demonized experts were. Their high defense and HP aside, just their physique granted them reaction speeds far superior to Tier 3 human players. However, Fire Dance had attacked and instantly killed the demonized shield warrior without the shield warrior even reacting. Fire Dance's reaction speed and attack power were simply unheard of. She's actually so strong. When Graceful Monarch looked at Fire Dance's distant figure, shock and excitement flashed across her eyes. Power, violence, the suffocating strength Fire Dance displayed was something Graceful Monarch was constantly seeking to attain. Graceful Monarch never thought that she would get to witness this domineering display in person. Moreover, the monster that had carried out this display of power had actually been standing beside Sherfong all this time. At this moment, let alone Graceful Monarch and the other distant spectators, even Blue Frost and his teammates, who stood behind Sherfong, were stunned by this situation. They never imagined that the people from Zero Wing's main branch would be this powerful. Meanwhile, Troubled Times, who had been silently observing Fire Dance all along, similarly wore an astonished expression on his face. I truly did not expect Zero Wing to have such an expert hidden. No wonder you dare to hinder us, Troubled Times said as he shifted his gaze back to Sherfong. However, if you think you can stop the Sentinel Shelter with just this much strength, I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. As soon as Troubled Times finished speaking, the 17 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly took on a demon form. The frightening aura they released enveloped the entire battlefield and evoked dread even in experts like Blue Frost. Although these Tier 3 demonized experts numbered only 17, the combined pressure they gave off easily surpassed that of the Sentinel Shelter's several hundred Tier 2 demonized experts. It seems Troubled Times is getting serious. A somber expression appeared on Purple Rakshas's face when the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts demonized. The shield warrior that previously took action was only at the refinement realm. His combat standard was also the weakest among the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts present. Meanwhile, if every one of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts attacked together, even Fire Dance would not be a match for them. After all, this was a team battle, not a one-on-one duel. Not only could players reduce their defensive blind spots by working with teammates, but they would also have a much easier time striking at the enemy's weak points. Not to mention, the assassin class was at its strongest when it was in stealth. So long as an assassin was discovered, their combat power would be halved. Meanwhile, at this point, Troubled Times and the others had already noticed Fire Dance's existence. She wouldn't have another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In the next moment, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts rapidly closed in on Sherfang's group, their positioning leaving Fire Dance no chance to fight them one-on-one. At the same time, every one of them used their trademark moves. Tier 3 spell, Shadow Puncture. Tier 3 skill, Chaotic Slash. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Raid. Tier 3 spell, Flame Dragon Bind. Over a dozen skills and spells flew at Sherfang's group. Seeing all these powerful attacks approaching them, Blue Frost and the Zero Wing members with him could not help but despair. Not only did every one of these skills and spells possess power close to the Tier 4 standard, but these skills and spells also overlapped into a perfect assault that had no holes to exploit. It simply wasn't an attack that players could block or dodge. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance did not use Vanish or Wind Steps to defend herself even after seeing these perfectly coordinated attacks. Instead, she simply stood beside Sherfong, showing no intention of taking action whatsoever. It was as if the coordinated attacks of the Tier 3 demonized experts did not exist in her eyes at all. Just when the demonized expert skills and spells were about to reach Shifeng and Fire Dance, Shifeng suddenly took action. Sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars immediately appeared, with Shifeng as the center, the stars striking down the approaching skills and spells, one after another. From afar, the attacks seemed to disappear automatically upon reaching within 10 yards of Shifeng, let alone damaging Shifeng. None of them managed to cause him to stumble by even one step. Impossible. He blocked them all. Upon seeing Shifeng shattering their assault, the Tier 3 demonized experts were dumbfounded. After all, not only did their attacks carry great power, but there were also more than 20 of them timed to hit Shifeng and Fire Dance simultaneously. Every one of these attacks was also aimed at the pair's defensive blind spots. Unless Shifeng and Fire Dance used an invulnerability skill, they should have taken damage. It's my turn now. Since the Sentinel Shelter's players had stopped attacking, Shifeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and brandished the magic weapon at the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. Lightning flash. In the next moment, pitch-black sword lights wrapped in dense mana struck the demonized experts like pitch-black lightning arcs. Pum! 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 A series of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield. At the same time, the 17 Tier 3 demonized experts went flying backward, each of them losing over minus 100,000 HP. When they landed, their hands and weapons they wielded trembled uncontrollably. Is he a monster? The spectating players gasped upon seeing the scene. Those were 17 Tier 3 demonized experts. If they moved together as a team, no existence in the dark den could hinder their advance. Even the mighty Tier 4 mythic monsters were no exception. Now, however, Shifeng had actually repelled all these experts with a single move. Moreover, he had even injured them, quite heavily. Before everyone could snap out of their daze, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray once more. This time, though, he directed his attack toward troubled times over 30 yards away. First sword, light shadow. Immediately, the phantom of a gigantic, great sword appeared in midair. When it descended on troubled times, it looked as if a mountain was falling toward the berserker. The AoE of the attack was so large that evasion was impossible. Moreover, space shattered wherever the gigantic sword passed. Troubled Times' complexion turned grim when he saw this attack. He hurriedly raised his war axe and met the oncoming attack head-on. Shatter. Tier 3 taboo skill, Heaven Breaker. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In the next moment, Troubled Times' axe also cut space and landed directly on the Phantom Greatsword. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, the ground shook violently, and as if a violent storm had just passed, dust filled the air, preventing those standing on the battlefield from opening their eyes. When the dust settled and the situation on the battlefield became clear again, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the almighty Troubled Times came into view, partly embedded into the ground, his kneecaps no longer visible. At the same time, the ground within a 10-yard radius of the berserker had also sunk by over a meter. As for Troubled Times himself, he had also lost more than 1/5 of his HP. Chapter 2514. Not to be trifled with. Chapter 2514. Not to be trifled with. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the watching players from the extreme light shelter, who had assumed that Shifeng's group was in for a bitter battle, were dumbfounded as they stared at Troubled Times embedded in the ground. Is he really a Tier 3 player? They had all felt Troubled Times' aura after he had taken on his demon form. It was strong enough to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Combined with the Berserker's profound combat techniques, he could kill Tier 3 experts with little to no effort. Tier 3 players had no hope against him. Only experts who had reached Tier 4 would have the power to suppress a monster like Troubled Times. And yet, Shifeng, who looked ordinary and didn't even have the aura of a Tier 3 player, had overwhelmed the Berserker with brute strength. Everyone watching felt as if the main god system were joking with them. He's actually this strong. When Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch saw Troubled Times' embedded figure, their minds went blank. Although illusory words had told them that Sure Fong was monstrously strong, even going so far as to insist that she was no match for the swordsman, they hadn't believed it. First, Sure Fong had repelled 17 Tier 3 demonized experts with one move, then had used another move that tore space apart and left Troubled Times heavily injured. The man's strength was simply unheard of. With just this ridiculous strength, Sure Fong was more than capable of making fools of 100 Tier 3 players. When demonized, Troubled Times enjoyed inhuman basic attributes. If any other Tier 3 player had stood against Sure Feng's attack, they would have instantly perished. In other words, Sure Fong was powerful enough to instant kill Tier 3 players. There was almost no difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 before him. At most, Tier 3 players were slightly stronger ants. Purple Rakshasa and Graceful Monarch now, more or less, understood why illusory words admired Sure Fong, declaring that he alone could change the tide of the upcoming war. Sure enough, he's grown stronger. While illusory words watched Sure Fong, who stood proudly among the Sentinel Shelter's players, she couldn't contain her bitter smile. After the battle on Dragonheart Island, the various superpowers had recognized Sure Fong as a peerless monster, one not to be provoked, but they had continued their development since then, adding to the fact that they had stronger foundations than Zero Wing. Illusory words had been sure that she should have caught up to Sure Fong a little. She had never imagined that the distance between her and the swordsman had grown. She had been humble when she had told Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa that she wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Zero Wing's guild leader. In truth, she had been confident that she shouldn't have any issues taking 5 or 6 hits from Sure Fong. She had recently obtained a bloodline, and her life rating was beyond that of an ordinary Tier 3 player after all. Her basic attributes had also substantially increased. But now, she realized how sorely mistaken she had been. When Sure Feng's attack had torn apart space itself, she realized that his strike had Tier 4 power. Combined with the attack's large AoE and high attack speed, she knew she didn't have a prayer of dodging or blocking the attack without an invulnerability skill or spell. Naturally, Blue Frost and his teammates were dazed after seeing the outcome of the exchange between Sure Fong and Troubled Times. They didn't react like Zero Wing members at all. "Blue, is that really our guild leader?" A level 108, Tier 3 Guardian Knight prodded Blue Frost. When they heard the question, several other recent additions to the guild turned to their vice guild leader with curious looks. Aside from Shelter One's good development prospects, they had joined Zero Wing because of Blue Frost's individual strength. They didn't view Zero Wing's larger branches in the outside world as important. Many of the Dark Den's shelters had allied with powers from the outside world, too. Aside from financial support, Shelter One didn't receive any benefits from Zero Wing's main branch. Their connection was far weaker than the other shelters that had outside power support. This was precisely the reason that they doubted the main branch's strength. After witnessing Sure Feng's display, however, even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was no simple guild. With such a powerful guild leader, they were confident that Shelter One would eventually grow into one of the Dark Den's top 3 shelters. "MHM, he's our guild leader, Black Flame," Blue Frost muttered, replying to his teammate's question. But as he stared at Sure Fong, he couldn't help but question his own memory. The power the swordsman had just used was too overwhelming. The man was nothing like the Sure Fong he remembered. When Shelter One's Zero Wing members heard the confirmation, their eyes lit with excitement. Before they could celebrate, however, Troubled Times pulled himself out of the crater around him, glaring at Sure Fong with a grim expression. If he hadn't blocked that attack with a Tier 3 taboo skill, he would have lost more than half of his HP. "It seems that I've underestimated you, Frost. With such a guild leader to back you up, you're out of my reach. But don't think this one failure will be enough to stop the Sentinel Shelter's advance. Demon players will only grow stronger as time passes. Our next meeting will be the end of Shelter 1. Troubled Times said, sneering at Blue Frost. He then shouted to his teammates, "Everyone retreat!" Following their orders, every player from the Sentinel Shelter turned and fled. They gave Sherfong and Fire Dance no opportunities to strike. When Blue Frost heard Troubled Times' warning, however, he paled. Meanwhile, the Extreme Light Shelter's members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. As Troubled Times had said, demon players and ordinary players were on different levels. Demon players could continue to upgrade their demon rank, bolstering their combat power as time passed. Sherfong might be able to stop the Sentinel Shelter's demon players right now, but how long could he continue to do so? Moreover, Sherfong was Zero Wing's guild leader. He couldn't stay in the dark den indefinitely. Once he left Shelter 1, which constantly fought the Sentinel Shelter over resources, would suffer. You're not wrong, but that only holds true if you escape with your lives. Sherfong growled, watching Troubled Times preparing to flee. Demon players could increase their combat power by raising their demon rank, but they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't afford to die. Once a demon player died, they'd lose a significant fraction of the strength and reputation they had built up. It was a problem that constantly plagued demon players. I admit that you're exceptionally powerful, Guild Leader Black Flame, but if we focus on escape, how many of us can you really kill? You're better off saving your energy. The moment Troubled Times finished his statement, he split into 5 clones of himself. All 5 clones then split up and fled in different directions. As he did, the rest of the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 3 experts used their trump cards as well, either boosting their movement speeds or creating a group of doppelgangers to cause confusion on the battlefield. It was obvious that the Sentinel Shelter's experts were quite adept at escaping and surviving. None of them were afraid of Sherfong or Fire Dance's pursuit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, is that so? Even as Troubled Times ran, Sherfong showed no intention of chasing him down. Rather, he chuckled and asked, "What if we invite 2 Tier 3 magical classes to join the fray?" Suddenly, Troubled Times realized that something felt off. Magical classes were more suited for team battles than physical classes. They could exhibit far more combat power on the battlefield, which was why Graceful Monarch had gone out of her way to invite Blue Frost to the Extreme Light Shelter. Suddenly, space roughly 100 yards away from the battlefield began to blur. A translucent barrier of water then appeared, in front of which stood 2 women in elegant mage robes. All of the mana within 300 yards of the women gathered to them. The mana density around them became so high that it formed a thin layer of mist in the area. This is that a fully unlocked mana body? Chapter 2515, Apex Sword. Chapter 2515, Apex Sword. Seeing the mana on the battlefield gather around Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, Troubled Times' expression darkened further. The mana body was the very symbol of Tier 3, and any player that reached Tier 3 understood one thing. They had no control over their mana bodies. They needed to learn about and adapt to their mana bodies first. Only then could they gain full control over their mana bodies and exhibit the true strength of a Tier 3 class. However, it wasn't easy to unlock a mana body's full potential. Very few Tier 3 experts had even begun. And yet, 2 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies had joined the fight, and both were magical class players. What? This can't be true, can it? They've already unlocked their mana body's full potential. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Intense shock flashed in Graceful Monarch's and Purple Rakshas's eyes as they stared at the distant Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. Zero Wing was already amazing to have a monster like Sherfong, but now they learned that the guild had 2 magical class experts with fully unlocked mana bodies as well. What was up with this? Even at this stage of the game, it was incredibly unlikely that the various superpowers would have a single expert with a fully unlocked mana body. Yet Zero Wing had two. How did they do it? Even Illusory Words stared with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe what she was seeing. Since more of the various superpowers members had begun to reach Tier 3, these superpowers had shifted their focus toward helping their Tier 3 members unlock their mana body's potential, rather than nurturing more Tier 3 players. Controlling one's mana body wasn't like controlling the physical body, however. Players' mana control needed to be excellent to accomplish the task. Unlocking one's mana body required such high mana control that even magical class players, who often manipulated mana, only had a small edge over physical class players. Unlocking a mana body's potential was a gradual process. Players needed to conduct repeated experiments, slowly learning how their mana bodies operated. This process was impossible to skip, since every player had a different mana body. The current top player in Crimson Emperor had only unlocked 35% of their mana body's potential, and the guild's remaining Tier 3 experts hadn't even unlocked 1%. As one unlocked more of their mana body, the process became more difficult. Based on Crimson Emperor's estimates, a Tier 3 player should need 2 or 3 months, at least, of relentless effort to unlock their mana body's full potential, notwithstanding any fortuitous encounters. And now, Illusory Words learned that Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had both fully unlocked their mana bodies. How could she possibly believe this? Moreover, the mana the two women commanded was truly frightening. Despite standing several hundred yards away, Illusory Words could sense the torrent of mana flowing toward them. It felt like watching whales take a breath of air. Those two women were practically moving mana engines. Before anyone could recover from their daze, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had finished chanting the final verses of their incantations. As they did, a blue, twofold magic array appeared above the battlefield, covering a 100-yard radius. Meanwhile, several hundred silver magic arrays manifested around Violet Cloud. Tier 3 super spell, Frostburst Waterfall, Shadow Rage. With the help of their mana bodies, the women's spells drained all of the mana in a 400-yard radius. Suddenly, countless ice shards rained down from above, and as they passed, space froze. Any Tier 2 demonized player these ice shards encountered transformed into ice sculptures and died instantly. When the ice touched a Tier 3 demonized expert, they plundered 1/3 of their HP. While Aqua Rose's ice covered the battlefield, the Shadow Blade's Violet Cloud's Shadow Rage danced among the fleeing demon players. Not only had her mana body strengthened her Shadow Blades, but the fragmented legendary ranked Magic Light pendant did so as well. 300 Shadow Blades, with power approaching the Tier 4 standard, struck the Sentinel Shelter's fleeing members. The blades were so powerful that not even Tier 3 experts could block them without taking some damage. The Tier 2 players didn't even have time to resist before they died. For a time, the several hundred fleeing players from the Sentinel Shelter transformed into ice sculptures or were shredded by the Shadow Blades. They all transformed into particles of light. Not even the running Tier 3 experts could escape death. Despite the world of ice and light the battlefield had become, none of the extreme light shelter's spectating players found the scene beautiful. They only felt fear and dread as they gazed at the destruction. Everyone already knew that magical class players could exhibit far greater combat power on a battlefield than physical class players, but they couldn't help the shock they felt as they watched the two women destroy their enemies. Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had only used a total of 2 spells, after all. Despite such a large-scale bombardment, not only hadn't the women's attacks harmed their allies, but they had also drastically reduced the number of players from the Sentinel Shelter. Only 4 seconds had passed since they had cast their spells, yet they had slain over 200 players. Moreover, the death toll climbed as more time passed. Not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would prove this effective. Every player that had come from the Sentinel shelter was a demonized player. Even their Tier 2 members had combat power nearly on par with the Tier 3 players after transforming into their demon form. Just landing a hit was a struggle for Tier 3 players, much less killing them. Moreover, demonized players possessed far higher HP, defense, and magic resistance than human players. At most, a Tier 3 skill or spell would deal high damage to these players. It would take a lot more to instant kill them. However, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud spells had instant killed the Sentinel Shelter's Tier 2 players, giving the enemy healers no chance to help them. Moreover, the absurd damage the spells dealt wasn't the most frightening aspect about them. What truly amazed everyone was the fact that those spells seemed like they had a life of their own, always targeting players' blind spots. Only Refinement Realm experts and above had any chance of blocking them. Everyone else would have to bear the full brunt of the projectile's hits. Black Flame. Troubled Time's eyes bulged as he watched one subordinate after another fall. Every player he had brought with him was an expert from the Sentinel shelter, and they all played crucial roles in the shelter. The Berserker skidded to a stop and pulled a gigantic, pitch-black crystal from his bag. Maddened, he shouted, "Since you won't let my people live, I'll take you down with us." With that statement hanging in the air, Troubled Times shattered the crystal. Suddenly, dark clouds formed above the plain, and a colossal spatial tear split the sky. A gigantic hand, as large as a mountain, then reached through the tear. Both Blue Frost's team and the players from the Extreme Light shelter watched in horror. What? The Demon King's hand? How does he have that tool? Is Troubled Times insane? Does he want everyone to die? It's over. We're all dead. The players from the Extreme Light shelter cursed Troubled Times for his cruelty. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. An independent player had once gotten their hands on this tool, and to avenge his fallen comrades, he had used the Demon God's hand to destroy the shelter responsible. The Demon King's hand had only attacked once, crushing the shelter into dust. The attack was a massive AoE. Although Troubled Times had summoned the Demon King's hand several hundred yards from the Extreme Light shelter, it was still well within range. Even illusory words felt the presence of death surround her, not to mention the shelter's residents. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. The spell had already taken shape, and even space would freeze under a Tier 5 spell's influence. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She couldn't even use instantaneous movement to flee. Even if she could, she wouldn't have time to escape the spell's AoE. Instantaneous movement would only teleport her several dozen yards away. The Demon King's hand? Even Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the descending hand. He immediately activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4 before he leaped into the air, raising Killing Ray above his head with both hands. Block it. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2516, Legend of the Dark Den. Chapter 2516, Legend of the Dark Den. As Shi Feng jumped into the air, the phantom of a gigantic great sword encompassed his sacred sword. Shi Feng swung the ghostly weapon at the descending Demon King's hand, stupefying the spectating players who had begun to despair. Is he really trying to block the Demon King's hand? Graceful Monarch was shocked as she watched Shi Feng leap into the air. The Demon King's hand had Tier 5 power. Not even the Extreme Light shelter's defensive magic array could stop that attack. At this stage of the game, this spell was unstoppable. It was why everyone had been overwhelmed with hopelessness the moment Troubled Times had used the Demon King's hand. Graceful Monarch had never expected Shi Feng to confront the Demon King's hand instead of fleeing. The man was simply ludicrous. The only thing anyone could do was shake their head as they watched. No player could hope to block the Demon King's hand attack. Players could only flee for their lives. The moment the Demon King's hand appeared, however, space within several thousand yards froze. Without a high-tiered magic scroll, which could break through frozen space, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to escape. Of course, trying to cross several thousand yards on foot in a few short seconds was a joke. So what if you can suppress the Sentinel Shelter against the Demon King's hand? You're nothing more than a pest. Troubled Times, shrouded in a black barrier, sneered as Sherfong tried to attack the colossal, pitch-black hand. You'll die alongside the Sentinel Shelter's people. The Demon King's hand was his greatest trump card. He hadn't wanted to use it, but he could just let Zero Wing get away with annihilating his team. There was only one way to stop the Demon King's hand. One would have to kill the user before they shattered the black crystal. Once the crystal shattered, not only would the energy within summon the Demon King's hand, but it would also surround the user in a protective barrier, keeping the user safe from the wrath of the Demon King's hand. By the time Troubled Times finished a statement, the phantom great sword had collided with the descending black hand. The Demon King's hand was the size of a mountain, and although the phantom great sword was quite large, it was little more than a toothpick against the colossal palm. It was utterly insignificant. Boom! The instant the 2 attacks met, the sky shattered, and a massive spatial tear stretched for several hundred yards. The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the map, and the intense shockwave shoved back the players below, making them stumble. Once the shockwave had passed, the watching players looked up and realized that the gigantic hand had come to a grinding halt as if it had encountered an invisible wall. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor with enough momentum that the impact created a crater that was several meters deep and over 24 meters wide. Everyone froze in shock. They only snapped out of their dazes after 4 seconds had passed. He did it. He actually blocked it. But that's the Demon King's hand. It's as powerful as a Tier 5 attack. Is he even human? The Extreme Light Shelter's players cried out in shock. For a moment, they even forgot to celebrate the fact that they had just survived the Demon King's hand attack. So, that is Zero Wing's guild leader. Astonishment flashed in Purple Rakshasa's eyes as she stared at the pitch-black hand as it gradually faded out of existence. Sherfong was simply too strong. She had met plenty of experts after leaving the Dark Den, but none were a match for Sherfong. His strength was beyond words. The Demon King's hand was every Dark Den player's nightmare. When facing the attack, players could only wait for death to claim them. There was nothing else they could do. And yet, Sherfong had just stopped the Demon King's hand. No one would believe her if she told them about this incident, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Is he really Black Flame? Illusory Words was just as flabbergasted. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. They were talking about a Tier 5 attack. Not even one of the outside world's guild cities would survive such an attack, much less a stronghold like the Extreme Light Shelter. If the Demon King's hand had been successful, nothing would have remained of the city's defensive magic array and walls. However, Sherfong had blocked the attack and saved them all. Only the 5 great super guild's true monsters were likely capable of accomplishing such a feat impossible. How can anybody block that thing? Troubled Times was dazed as he watched the Demon King's hand dissipate. His mind instinctively refused to accept the situation. A Tier 5 Demon King's attack could even vaporize Tier 4 players, much less Tier 3 experts. It shouldn't be possible for current players to block the attack. But no matter how hard the Berserker rubbed his eyes, he couldn't change the fact that the gigantic, pitch-black hand was fading away. It was obvious that the hand had exhausted the energy that had summoned it, and it couldn't sustain itself on this plane of existence. While everyone struggled with their shock and elation over the Demon King's hand's disappearance, a figure pulled itself from the massive crater in the middle of the battlefield. It was none other than Sherfong, who had intercepted the attack. He was clearly in a miserable state. Not only was he heavily injured, but he also had less than 10% of his HP remaining. The sacred sword in his hand trembled violently as if crying in agony. He's not dead. He survived. How high are his defense and HP? Everyone's jaw dropped when they noticed Sherfong emerge from the crater. The fact that the swordsman had stopped the Demon King's hand was already unbelievable, yet now they learned that he had actually survived the endeavor. He had just taken on a Tier 5 attack, which was even powerful enough to severely injure Tier 4 mythic monsters if they took it head-on. Current players should have no hope of surviving such a blow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader. When Blue Frost and his comrades saw Sherfong, they were elated and pride shone in their eyes. They had just witnessed a legend in the making, and their guild, Zero Wing, was responsible for it. Both Sherfong and Zero Wing would become legendary names throughout the Dark Den as word of this spread. Chapter 2517. Fame spreads across the Dark Den. Chapter 2517. Fame spreads across the Dark Den. Everyone was astounded that Sherfong had survived after countering the Demon King's hand, but the player in question only breathed a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Demon King's hand's power is barely at Tier 5. If it had been stronger, not even Void Shield would have saved me. Glancing at his HP bar, Sherfong realized he had very nearly lost his life. Had an expert with a fully unlocked mana body summoned the Demon King's hand instead of Troubled Times, he wouldn't have even had a chance to resist. In God's domain, magic tools' effects varied depending on the state of a player's mana body. When a player with a locked mana body used a magic tool, its effects would be minimized. But if a player used their mana body's mana to activate a magic tool, they could elevate its power. If a Tier 5 expert had used the Demon King's hand, they would have likely boosted its power to the peak of Tier 5. Fortunately, Troubled Times hadn't unlocked his mana body's full potential yet. With his disintegration armor's help, Sherfong had forced himself to Tier 4, but his strength was nowhere near Tier 5, even after using Holy Annihilation's first sword. At best, his Light Shadow had peak Tier 4 power. To attack with Tier 5 strength, he'd have to master the second sword, Holy Devour. A large part of the reason for his miserable state was the fact that he hadn't yet perfected Light Shadow. Although he still wouldn't have wielded Tier 5 power even if he had perfected the technique, pushing it to its limits. It only would have saved him from most of the damage he had suffered in countering the Demon King's hand. But that counterattack was his current limit. Even after forcing himself to Tier 4, executing Light Shadow perfectly was practically impossible. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques. They focused on mana manipulation. With a combat technique, the stronger a player's physique was, the easier it would be to execute. In other words, higher-tiered players had an easier time using their combat techniques. However, the opposite was true for mana techniques. The higher tiered a player was, they would have access to more mana to control. And as a result, controlling mana became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. Just using Light Shadow at Tier 4 had depleted more than half of his concentration. His consumption rate had been many times higher than when he used the technique at Tier 3. Since you're done, Commander Troubled, it's my turn. Sherfong snapped, shifting his gaze to the dazed berserker a short distance away. Sherfong hadn't been loud, but when the Sentinel Shelter survivors heard him, their scalps went numb as fear overcame them. Even Troubled Times' instinct screamed at him to run, and he took an involuntary step back for each step Sherfong took toward him. This swordsman was monstrously strong. The man had actually survived a hit from the Demon King's hand. Troubled Times couldn't even imagine what he could do against Sherfong. Although he knew that Sherfong was on his last leg after countering the Tier 5 attack, and he could probably kill the swordsman with a normal attack, he was afraid. He was even terrified of trying. No one could guarantee that Sherfong didn't have another trick up his sleeve. Moreover, demon players paid a much greater price than human players when they died, especially demon viscounts like Troubled Times. The crowd only gasped as they watched. He can still fight in such a state? Graceful Monarch's mind was blown when she sensed Shifeng's aura, which was growing stronger, not weaker. Even she was confident that she could easily defeat Shifeng in his current state, not to mention the demonized Troubled Times. But when she looked at the swordsman as he slowly approached Troubled Times, her instincts warned her to flee. Black Flame, I surrender. But don't you dare assume that Sentinel Shelter will just give up. It won't be long before our shelter takes Shelter One for our own. Troubled Times growled, mustering some courage. The Berserker then pulled an ancient, silver magic scroll from his bag and activated it without hesitation. The spell immediately rent space before him. Rather than an endless void, however, players saw a burning forest within the tear. They also caught glimpses of a city enveloped in darkness among the burning trees. A boundary breaker scroll? Shifeng was slightly surprised to see the spatial tear. He had never thought Troubled Times would have such a precious scroll. The boundary breaker scroll was one of God's domain's super rare ancient magic scrolls. As long as one had a location's coordinates, they could teleport to that location from anywhere in the game, even from another world or continent. The scroll would even prove effective in frozen space. It was an invaluable tool that players could even use to flee from Tier 5 monsters. Players and powers in the past had even spent 5,000 gold on a single boundary breaker scroll, and even then, very few players had been willing to sell their scrolls. Just you wait, Black Flame. The next time we meet, your Shelter One will fall. Troubled Times promised, sneering at Shifeng. He then jumped through the spatial tear, vanishing from the dark Denver. Every player from the Extreme Light Shelter and Blue Frost team was stunned. None of them had expected Troubled Times to escape after his ruthless rambling. Moreover, he had fled without a second thought. Troubled Times was known for his courage in the dark Denver. If he had the slightest chance of victory, he'd continue to fight to the bitter end. And yet, was that really Troubled Times? His reaction wasn't unusual. If I were in his shoes, I would have fled from the guild leader as well. Not even a Demon King's hand could defeat Black Flame. What could Tier 3 players like us possibly do to him? Black Flame is amazing. With a guild leader like that, Zero Wing will never have to worry about its development. I wonder if Shelter One's Zero Wing is still recruiting members? If it is, I'm definitely applying. After a brief moment of silence, a commotion erupted throughout the Extreme Light Shelter as everyone discussed Troubled Times' escape. They also expressed their admiration for Shifeng, and quite a few players, who had been developing in the shelter for some time, began to consider moving their bases to Shelter One and joining Zero Wing. Shifeng's presence was even more than enough to deter superpowers from attacking Shelter One. Furthermore, Shifeng wasn't Zero Wing's only monstrously strong player. If they could learn from these monsters, they'd quickly grow stronger. He still got away in the end. Blue Frost frowned as he watched the spatial tear disappear. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Although he was surprised with how decisively Troubled Times had fled, the man's actions had been well within reason. Shifeng's strength had just been that astonishing. There was nothing surprising about how much Troubled Times feared Shifeng, going so far as to run, even knowing that Shifeng had almost no combat power remaining. While almost everyone viewed Troubled Times' ruthless promise as nothing more than an attempt to salvage his reputation, Blue Frost knew that he hadn't been joking. The Dark Den offered demon players an unimaginably advantageous environment, and now that Troubled Times had seen the depths of Zero Wing's strength, he would be absolutely confident of overcoming the guild the next time he attacked. Moreover, the fact that the Berserker had used one precious tool after another proved that a great power supported the Sentinel Shelter. If they didn't deal with this properly, Shelter One would face true danger. Escape? Do you think you can flee from me so easily? Shifeng chuckled as he watched the spatial tear finally close. Chapter 2518. Kill no matter the distance. Chapter 2518. Kill no matter the distance. Have you locked onto him, Fire? Shifeng asked, turning toward Fire Dance a short distance away. Players had many ways of escaping to live another day in God's domain, and when one wanted to hunt a fleeing player, they could rely on tracking scrolls, skills, and spells. Of all of the main classes, the assassin was the most adept at tracking and taking out targets. Once an assassin reached Tier 3 and unlocked their mana body's full potential, their tracking abilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. They could use their own mana to lock on to another player's mana signature. Unlike tracking scrolls, this method didn't add any debuffs to the target, making it nearly impossible to detect. Unless the targeted player could remove the mana the assassin had left on them, they couldn't shake off the tracker. Rest assured, Guild Leader, my mana is on him. Even if he runs to the edge of the world, I can find him, Fire Dance confirmed, nodding. She had locked on to every Sentinel Shelter member's mana signature even before she had killed the Tier 3 Shield Warner. Even if Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud hadn't taken action, none of the Sentinel Shelter players participating in the fight had had any chance of escaping with their lives. Guild Leader, do you really intend to chase after troubled times? The Spatial Tier's destination is a city enveloped in darkness energy. There's a 90% chance that it is in demon players' territory. Those demon players are extremely biased against other races. Even if you manage to make it there, you'll have a hard time reaching troubled times, Blue Frost hurriedly interrupted, attempting to dissuade Shifeng from hunting down the berserker in question. Although troubled times still posed a threat to Shelter 1, the Sentinel Shelter would need some time to recover from losing so many of its top experts. Meanwhile, Shelter 1 could use this chance to grow stronger. After today's battle, Zero Wing's fame would spread across the Dark Den, after all, and a large number of players would show up to join Shelter 1. The Shelter wouldn't have to worry about its development speed. Once they upgraded Shelter 1 to a large shelter, troubled times would have a hard time threatening the shelter. Of course, these players have chosen to be one of Zero Wing's enemies, and I need to ensure that they know the price for doing so. Shifeng resolutely declared. Another time, he might have let the matter slide. But times had changed. As the Dark Den had more contact with the outside world, more superpowers would have designs on the other world. If superpowers wanted to develop in the Dark Den, they'd need a shelter first, but reaping the other world's benefits would take ages if they had to construct and grow a shelter from scratch. Hence, they would try to take over already developed shelters. Now that the Sentinel Shelter was the first power to target Shelter 1, he had to teach them a lesson and use them as an example, showing other powers that Zero Wing was not to be provoked. If he didn't act now, more powers would target his shelter in the future. I understand. I'll see to the necessary preparations. But now that the various powers are fighting over the bronze teleportation gates, traveling to the main continent is incredibly challenging. I'm afraid that we'll need some time before we can go after troubled times, Blue Frost said. Blue Frost understood what Shifeng intended when he heard the man's reply. It was clear that Shifeng wanted to make an example of troubled times, but traveling between the Dark Den and the main continent wasn't easy. Thus far, the bronze teleportation gates were the only reliable way to do so, but Shelter 1 wasn't a high enough rank to own such a gate. They would have to borrow a large shelter's bronze teleportation gate. Unfortunately, these gates' available slots were limited, and most had already been distributed. Traveling to the main continent any time soon wouldn't be a simple task. As soon as Blue Frost finished speaking, however, a crisp, pleasant voice interjected. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you wish to visit the Demon City, I can help you with that. A horned eagle slowly descended from above, and the pleasant voice had come from none other than illusory words. You know where it is? Shifeng asked, surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew that demon players' territories were on the main continent, but they were akin to secret lands. Not only were they incredibly difficult to find, but their locations were also relatively unstable. Because of this, even the various superpowers had struggled to exterminate demon powers during his previous life. It would be more precise to say that I came from that city, Illusory Word said, smiling. If that's the case, what's your price? Shifeng asked. He doubted that Illusory Words would help him for free. The woman was one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders, after all, and although their two guilds weren't enemies, they weren't friends either. I don't need payment. Consider it Crimson Emperor's attempt to befriend Zero Wing. Illusory Words replied with a smile, shaking her head. All right, as long as Crimson Emperor doesn't provoke Zero Wing will avoid clashing with Crimson Emperor. Shifeng agreed with a nod. I'll have to thank you then, Guild Leader Black Flame. I will report this to my superiors later, Illusory Word said. She breathed a sigh of relief the moment Shifeng agreed to her proposition. Before you go there, however, I must warn you. Demon's Heart, an up-and-coming dark guild, rules over that demon city. The guild had been developing rapidly in the Ten Saints Empire. It's almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Even the Super Guild Battlewolves has suffered heavy losses against Demon's Heart. Since Troubled Times has the city's coordinates, I assume that he has quite a close relationship with the Dark Guild. That demon city happens to be Demon's Heart's main headquarters. Demons control the entire map, in fact. The demonic residents target and attack any non-demon player they find. You should avoid exploring too much of the map if you wish to slay Troubled Times. While Illusory Words had explained the situation, Blue Frost, who had initially approved of the hunt, revealed a grim expression. They might not have had an issue if Troubled Times' relationship with Demon's Heart had been only on the surface. But it'd be a different story if he were close with the Dark Guild. Even super guilds had a headache when it came to Demon's Heart. If Troubled Times hid within the Dark Guild's headquarters, trying to hunt him down would be suicidal. Demon's Heart? So, that's why he was so confident. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Demon's Heart had been one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain during his past. The entire guild consisted of demon players, and although it didn't have as many players as other superpowers, every member had extraordinary combat power. Ordinary players had had no chance against them. Many super guilds had suffered huge losses at the hands of Demon's Heart back then. The Dark Guild had even slain several super guilds' guild leaders. It was practically as powerful as the 5 great super guilds. As far as Shifeng could remember, Demon's Heart had begun to grow stronger around this time during his previous life, too. If Troubled Times thinks he can take Zero Wing on just because he's got a powerful backer, he is sorely mistaken. When Shifeng recalled Troubled Times' bold exit, he sneered. He turned to Illusory Words, asking, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, how many people can you help me transport to the main continent? I don't have many slots available. May I know how many people you wish to take with you? Guild Leader Black Flame? If I don't have enough, I can borrow some slots from other guilds, Illusory Words offered after giving the matter some thought. A little over 300. Chapter 2519, Descending Toward Demon Territory, over 300. Chapter 2519, Descending Toward Demon Territory, over 300. Illusory Words could not help but be stunned when she heard how many players Shifeng planned to take with him. As far as she was concerned, Shifeng would be lucky to take 20 experts with him. They were talking about infiltrating demon territory after all. Not only did powerful monsters wander the map, but there were also many powerful demons and demon players in the area. Human players wouldn't make it to the map without Demon's Heart's permission. Even Tier 3 experts would have a hard time surviving in the map. Once a human player was discovered, they'd be persecuted by an endless number of demon players. Meanwhile, one would have to be stealthy and wait for the opportune moment to strike if they wanted to slay a specific player in the map. Shifeng, however, wanted to take over 300 players with him on his hunt for troubled times. Evading detection in demon territory would be nearly impossible with such a large group. Are you not capable of transporting so many people? Shifeng asked when he noticed Illusory Word's astonished expression. Since he was heading back to the main continent, Shifeng couldn't leave the Hell Legion stuck in the dark Denver. Moreover, he wanted to make an example of troubled times. If he killed the berserker off in secret, the man's death wouldn't become the deterrent he wanted. He needed the kill to have enough fanfare that it would prevent other powers from targeting Shelter One in the future. Although demon territories were akin to forbidden lands for ordinary expert teams, his was no ordinary team. It was Netherworld Empires, one of the 5 great super guilds in God's domain, strongest trump card legion. The very idea that the Hell Legion couldn't move throughout demon territory was a joke. It's possible, but I'll need some time. Would you be willing to wait a while, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words asked after snapping out of her daze. How long will you need? Shifeng asked. I should be able to arrange it within roughly 6 hours. Illusory Words confidently replied. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. Vice Guild Leader Illusory. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when Illusory Words said she'd only need 6 hours or so. Fire Dance had used her mana to lock onto troubled times, but the technique wouldn't last long. At most, her mana would remain on her target for 2 days. After that, her mana would leave troubled times, and hunting him down would be almost impossible. Once Illusory Words and Shifeng had finished their discussion, the Vice Guild Leader left the extreme light shelter atop her flying mount to see to the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Shifeng led Blue Frost and the others into the shelter to rest while he waited for Illusory Words to contact him. While they rested in the extreme light shelter, news of Zero Wing's battle with the Sentinel shelter spread like wildfire. For a while, all of the Dark Den was in an uproar over the event. No one had ever thought a player could counter a demon god's hand and scare the Sentinel shelter's strongest expert, troubled times, away. While this news spread, word of Shifeng's hunt for troubled times shook the Dark Den's various shelters. It was a hot topic among countless players in the other world. What? Zero Wing is going to hunt down troubled times? How ruthless! But I like it. If Zero Wing succeeds, the Sentinel shelter is as good as finished. That shouldn't be possible. Troubled Times is no fool. Once he discovers a marker on him, he'll just wait in the city until it disappears. Zero Wing won't be able to reach him. That's why the guild is taking over 300 players on the hunt. I bet that Zero Wing won't hesitate to kill him even in the city. Troubled Times is pitiful. With so many experts going after him at the same time, he has no chance of surviving. I don't think Troubled Times will lose everything. I'm sure he'll take all of those experts with him to the grave. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wing is thinking by pulling such a crazy stunt. Zero Wing's generosity equally shocked and confused the Dark Den's players. They had never thought that Zero Wing was ruthless enough to gamble the lives of 300-plus experts just to take out a defeated general. Even if Zero Wing succeeded, the guild would suffer massive losses. Lava Valley, Demon City, several middle-aged men, one of which was none other than Troubled Times, the commander of the Sentinel Shelter's #1 adventure team, sat around a table in one of Demon City's high-class bars. Commander Troubled, the Zero Wing you spoke of is insane. The guild actually plans to come here just to deal with you. It's just 300-plus experts. If they dare come to the city with so few players, they'll be wiped out before they even reach the city gates. I know, right? We're in demon territory. Zero Wing's experts won't even get past the several large adventure teams in the surrounding area. Even if they're lucky enough to make it here, Demon's heart controls this city. Even dragons would have to lay low here. When the middle-aged men around Troubled Times heard this, they all laughed. The Sentinel shelter was no match for Zero Wing in the Dark Den, but it would be a different story in Demon City. Even if Zero Wing's 300-plus experts magically appeared in the city, they couldn't touch Troubled Times. Attacking a player in Demon City meant declaring war against Demon's Heart. Right, Elder Heart. When will Vice Guild Leader Light return? Troubled Times asked a level 108, tier 3 elementalist. Does he need anything of me? The Vice Guild Leader is currently meeting with an important person, so he told us to rest for now. He's already commissioned the city's large adventure teams to deal with the Zero Wing issue. Rest assured. I doubt you'll even get to see Zero Wing's experts by the time this has been settled. The elementalist named Furious Heart replied, smiling. The city's large adventure teams are getting involved. The news allowed Troubled Times to breathe a sigh of relief. Demon City's large adventure teams wouldn't be able to harm Sherfong in the outside world. At best, they might take out Zero Wing's other experts, but in demon territory, non-demon players were severely suppressed. They wouldn't be able to use their berserk skills. In other words, the terrifying berserk skill Sherfong had used in the Dark Den wouldn't be available to him. Sherfong would have to face a large number of demon players, and a few that had basic attributes on par with or greater than Troubled Times. While Troubled Times chatted with Demon's Heart's elders, a 5-meter-tall space-time gate appeared in a volcanic region within the Lava Valley's outer area. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Numerous figures burst forth from the gate, and leading the group was none other than Sherfong. I'm finally back. Sherfong gave a rueful sigh when he felt the familiar mana around him. Sure enough, one can only fully exhibit their full strength in a familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable both on the mana-deficient Western continent and in the mana-rich, dark Denver. The instant he returned to his own continent, however, he felt his mana affinity improve. Everyone's through, guild leader. What should we do next? Blue Frost asked Sherfong. He felt a little nervous around the Hell Legion's members, who had concealed their appearances under black cloaks. Good. Since everyone's here, it's time we pay Demon City a visit. Sherfong declared with a grin. He then had Fire Dance lead the way toward Troubled Times. Chapter 25-20. A Group of Monsters. Chapter 25-20. A group of monsters. The moment Sherfong gave the command, the Hell Legion began to move into formation. Once everyone was ready, they boldly marched toward the nearby forest. Illusory Words and her teammates, who had just emerged from the space-time gate, were stunned at the sight. What do you think is going through Black Flame's mind, Vice Guild Leader? A Tier 3 male assassin from Crimson Emperor asked when he saw that the Hell Legion had no intention of hiding their movements. The Burning Forest is a main area for demon players, and he decided to go straight through it rather than around. At this rate, it won't be long before demon players discover his team, and without an invitation from Demon City, every demon player they come across will attack. The Burning Forest served as a natural barrier around Demon City. Not only were all of the forest monsters above level 100, but almost every level 100-plus demon player in Lava Valley grinded in the Burning Forest. Demon players had incredible innate perception. They often noticed normal players long before normal players noticed them. In addition, demon players could earn demon reputation to increase their demon rank by slaying non-demon players of equal or higher levels. This was why demon players were so eager to target non-demon players. Moreover, non-demon players were invaders when in demon territories, and demon players would gain far greater rewards for killing them. Even the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers didn't dare set foot in the Lava Valley's Burning Forest without a proper invitation. Demon players would avoid conflict with guests of Demon City. Attacking one of the city's guests was akin to declaring war against the city's various powers, doing that would be disastrous for any demon player developing in Demon City. Of course, Sherfong and his team hadn't received an invitation, and by marching into the forest, they were offering themselves up on a silver platter. It'd be a miracle if they even left the burning forest alive, not to mention reach Demon City. In general, over 100,000 players operated in level 100 maps, and the burning forest was the only level 100 map near Demon City. Far more players would be grinding in the area than in other level 100 maps. I don't know what he's thinking, but I know that the players with him are extraordinarily strong. They may have hidden their statistics and auras with black cloaks, but I can feel that they're all bona fide tier 3 players, Illusory Word said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she watched the Hell Legion march into the forest. In total, Shurfang's group had over 300 tier 3 experts. Not even Crimson Emperor had so many at this stage of the game. Zero Wing has that many tier 3 experts. The male assassins jaw dropped. Only super guilds had such a large number of tier 3 experts at this point. How could Zero Wing, a guild that had only established itself in God's domain and had no backing whatsoever, have as many tier 3 experts as a super guild? While Illusory Words and the male assassin shared their shock over the number of tier 3 experts Zero Wing had just sent into the burning forest, a young man in white robes and surrounded by the power of darkness stepped through the space-time gate, sneering when he overheard the two players' conversation. The fact that Zero Wing has over 300 tier 3 experts is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, that force isn't nearly enough to get through the burning forest, the young man said, realizing that Shurfang's group had already disappeared into the woods. This is just a repeat of Battle Wolves' attempt to invade Demon City. Not only had Battle Wolves dispatched over 300 tier 3 experts, but it had also sent an army of over 100,000 tier 2 experts. In the end, Battle Wolves' army had been annihilated before it had reached the city. I've also heard that Demon's Heart has hired the city's large adventurer teams to stop Zero Wing's force. Those adventurer teams don't have a lot of members, but every one of them is strong enough to deter superpowers. If they work together, Zero Wing won't stand a chance. Neither the male assassin nor Illusory Words tried to argue with the white-clad youth. He had only spoken the truth. In fact, the boy's evaluation of Demon City's large adventure teams was a little humble. Battle Wolves' army had suffered tremendous losses against those large adventure teams, and they had undoubtedly grown stronger since slaughtering the guild's members. As the white-clad youth and Illusory Words quietly discussed the situation, a party of demon players had discovered Shurfang's team. Why have so many human players come to the burning forest? Are they the bounty targets Demon's Heart announced? And here I thought Demon's Heart was joking. I hadn't actually thought that these human players would dare enter our territory. Quick, send word to the large adventure teams. If we take too long to report this, someone else will and claim the reward. The Demon Party's members were ecstatic over discovering Shurfang's group. They immediately reported their discovery to the large adventure teams within the forest. Just as they were about to contact one of the adventure teams, however, over 100 figures descended from above, landing a short distance from Shurfang's team. They all wore jet blackplate armor and wielded standard weapons. They also radiated dense power of darkness and emitted an intense pressure that even deterred tier 3 experts from approaching. Crap, how is our luck so bad? I didn't know there was a demon patrol squad nearby. I guess we won't get credit for the discovery after all. When the Demon Party members saw the figures in black, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh dejectedly. The burning forest was demon territory, and demon squads patrolled the area. Every one of these squads consisted of up to 3 tier 4 great demons and 100 tier 3 advanced demons. They also maintained a 10-level gap above Demon City's mainstream players. They weren't a force players should take lightly. These demon patrol squads were a large part of the reason that the Battle Wolves' crusade on Demon City had failed before it had even reached the city gates. Now that one of these squads had discovered Shurfang's team, Annihilation was almost certain. Furthermore, these demons had wings and were capable of flight. Even if Sure Fang's group could fly, they wouldn't escape. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Watching Demon players expected Sure Fang's group to turn and flee, but they didn't. Rather, they took the initiative to charge at the Demon Patrol Squad as if they had just found their prey. The Guardian Knight leading the charge bashed his shield into one of the level 115, Tier 4 Great Demons, which subsequently lost its balance and stumbled half a step back. That Guardian Knight's strength was unbelievable. A 3-meter-tall man and his emaciated companion proceeded to pin down the other 2 Tier 4 Great Demons. The Tier 3 Advanced Demons wanted to help, but other members of Sure Fang's team got in their way. Sure Fang's team suppressed the Demon Patrol Squad, which normally had an overwhelming advantage over players. The demons struggled against the players attacking them, unable to cooperate while their HPs visibly plummeted. In less than 30 minutes, the entire Demon Patrol Squad had been eliminated. Not a single demon had escaped with its life. Chapter 25-21 Turmoil in the Burning Forest. Chapter 25-21 Turmoil in the Burning Forest, as they watched the Demon Patrol Squad become nothing more than EXP for Sure Fang's team. The demon players gaped in shock. Who are those people? The spectating demon players in the distance were both shocked and curious as they watched Sure Fang's team. The Demon Patrol Squads formed a solid defensive barrier that prevented intruders from reaching Demon City. They were akin to NPC city soldiers. Not only did they have an arsenal of powerful skills and spells, but they could also fight as a team. They were nothing like ordinary demon players. However, these demons were little more than ordinary monsters before Sure Fang. Are we still going to wait for the adventurer team's leader? A level 105 Tier 2 Ranger asked, turning toward the Tier 3 assassin that led their party. Not even Demon City's large adventure teams would have an easy time against a team that could annihilate a Demon Patrol Squad so effortlessly. Otherwise, those adventurer teams wouldn't share much of their spoils with an ordinary party. Moreover, they'd have to risk their lives to keep an eye on Sure Fang's team until the adventurer teams arrived. They were demon players and had far sharper senses than human players, but there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. On the off chance that Sure Fang's team noticed them, the consequences would be dire. The risk simply wasn't worth the reward. Of course, Demon's Heart is offering extraordinary rewards. Even if we help kill one player and earn only 10% of the rewards, we'll still get a demon crystal. Once we have 120 demon crystals, we can challenge a noble in the city. It would take ages to collect that many if we just try to grind for them ourselves, the Tier 3 assassin said. We will have to be careful and maintain some distance from those players, of course. We don't need to follow them closely, we can just follow their tracks. Silently, the rest of the party nodded in agreement. They all thought that their party leader's plan was viable. With their superior senses, they could avoid detection, even if Sure Fang's team were powerful, as long as they kept their distance. As soon as the Tier 3 assassin finished speaking, however, the cold blade of a dagger burst through his chest. A critical damage of over -900,000 then appeared above his head. Before the Tier 3 assassin could speak, a snowy white blade slit his throat, devouring the last of his HP. Leader! The party's remaining 5 Tier 2 members were flabbergasted. What had just happened? A second ago, their party leader had been alive and kicking, and in the next he was dead. Their party leader was a Tier 3 assassin, and even in Demon City he was quite the famous expert. Yet he had just died so suddenly, as their leader dropped to the ground. An assassin? Crap, we've been discovered. Run. By the time the 5 demon players reacted, the alluring woman vanished like a ghost. She reappeared before the 5 demon players, and a streak of snowy white light immediately swiped at them. A series of damages exceeding 1 million appeared above each demon player's head. robbing them of all of their HPs. How foolish! You radiate so much mana that you're practically walking lanterns in the dark. You dare follow us with such skills? Fire Dance shook her head disdainfully at the demon players' confused looks. She thought they had severely underestimated her. What Fire Dance didn't know is that in this era, when Tier 3 players were still extremely rare, everyone busily researched how they could best use their Tier 3 skills and spells. No one had time to spare on improving their mana control. Guild leader, I've taken care of the nearby demon players, Fire Dance reported to Sherfone after ensuring that she didn't detect any hostile players' mana signatures nearby. Good. Continue patrolling the area. If you run into too many demon players, call the Hell Legion's assassins for help, Sherfone said, nodding. He then returned his gaze toward the loot the demon patrol squad had dropped. He hadn't expected the squads to drop anything good. They were on par with NPC city soldiers, after all. NPC soldiers didn't drop anything noteworthy even when players killed them. Contrary to his expectations, however, the demons had dropped considerably valuable loot. The weapons and equipment were subpar, all level 110 plus, standard secret silver and fine gold equipment. But the demons had dropped dark magic gold. Dark magic gold was an exceptionally rare epic material. Not only could one use it to increase their success rate when crafting weapons and equipment, but there was also a chance of imbuing the resulting items with power of darkness. It was a material all master forgers sought. He had obtained 14 ingots of dark magic gold after slaying one demon patrol squad. If the master forgers of his previous life found out about this, they'd likely hunt the Burning Forest's patrol squads into extinction. However, the Hell Legion's members were even more ecstatic than Sherfone. The demons they had killed had awarded an abundance of EXP, and during the battle, they had gained a lot of insight into mana control. Although the demons' mana control couldn't compare to actual NPCs, it was far better than dumb monsters. They usually only fought dumb monsters. They had almost no chances of battling NPCs. Why wouldn't they be excited to pit their skills against demons that were as intelligent as true NPCs? Initially, the Hell Legion hadn't been particularly eager to attack Demon City, but this discovery had lit an enthusiastic fire in their hearts. While exploring the Burning Forest, the Hell Legion made no attempts to avoid demon patrol squads. Instead, they actively started to search for them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Burning Forest, a 1,000-man team assaulted a monster nest under the protection of a level 110 mythic boss. Although the team only had 1,000 players, over 80 of them had already reached Tier 3. Not even first-rate guilds could field such a team at this stage of the game. The several players leading the team easily suppressed the mythic boss, allowing the rest of the team to deal with the Great Lords and Grand Lords. Excellent. The monsters that ran ahead have been taken care of. All Tier 3s attack the boss. A valiant, level 108 man in black robes and wielding a golden staff shouted as he fought the mythic boss. The 80-plus Tier 3 experts suddenly turned away from their targets, shifting their attention to the nest's boss. In less than 6 minutes, the mythic boss, which nearly everyone feared at this stage of the game, collapsed, dropping a pile of loot around its corpse. Although the independent teams watching from afar were tempted by the large number of items the mythic boss had dropped, none of them dared to steal the loot. The adventurer team raiding the monster nest was one of Demon City's large adventurer teams. The small organization was only inferior to the city's 2 guilds. Anyone that tried to steal from that adventurer team shouldn't dream of surviving in Demon City for long. Commander, Black Blind Man, just sent a message stating that his party has discovered Demon's Heart's targets. A level 107, Tier 3 assassin quietly reported to the Valiant Man leading the team. They're already here? The Valiant Man grinned. Notify everyone. We'll head that way immediately. Black Blind Man is a cunning bastard. There's no way he stopped after notifying our team. If we take too long, there won't be anything left. Black Blind Man also warned that these players are incredibly strong. They actually had the upper hand over a demon patrol squad. The Tier 3 assassins said. They overpowered a patrol squad? I suppose they must be powerful. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such an excellent bounty, the Valiant Man said, nodding. Where are the targets now? He was very familiar with the Demon Patrol squad strength. No ordinary 100-man Tier 3 team could take them on. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I don't know. The Tier 3 assassin awkwardly replied. Didn't Black Blind Man follow them? The Valiant Man asked curiously. He was also very familiar with a player known as Black Blind Man. Not only was the man powerful individually, but he was also one of the top-ranked assassins in Demon City. There was no way Black Blind Man would forgo an opportunity like this. He's dead. Chapter 25-22 Great Disturbance. Chapter 25-22 Great Disturbance. Blind Man's dead. The Valiant Man, Regretful Wind, was astonished by the report. Someone actually noticed him and killed him with his cautious nature and tracking skills. Black Blind Man was a relatively well-known assassin in Demon City, and his sharp senses were particularly outstanding. When Demon City's large adventure teams, including Windtooth, targeted a specific player, they often hired Black Blind Man to track the player down. Regretful Wind had never heard of Black Blind Man running into issues when tracking a target. According to Blind Man's teammates, his grinding party had been annihilated without any time to fight back. In a fit of rage, Blind Man logged off and contacted his close friends to notify everyone in the city. He wants Demon City's players to ambush the people who killed him, the Tier 3 assassin said, nodding. Unfortunately, his message is over 10 minutes old, and we don't have any new details about the invaders' whereabouts. Since those players can defeat a Demon Patrol squad, they must be fairly strong. I guess it isn't surprising to hear that they've killed Blind Man, but we have to hurry. Now that Blind Man has informed the public of the situation, many of the city's players will prepare for battle, Regretful Wind said, frowning. He wouldn't have much of an issue if Black Blind Man had simply informed the city's large adventure teams. Only a small fraction of Demon City's player population consisted of large adventure team members. Even if the adventure teams mobilized all of their members, locating the intruders in the burning forest wouldn't be easy. If everyone in the city knew about them, however, locating the intruders would be a piece of cake, and the Windtooth adventure team would have a lot more competition. Demon's Heart had offered an extraordinary bounty for these players' heads, with each intruder worth 10 demon crystals. Players could slay the monsters in demon territory for demon crystals, but the drop rate was incredibly low. Players could only increase their chances by hunting powerful monsters. Even the city's various large adventure teams would be lucky to collect 10 or 20 demon crystals per day. Once players collected 20 demon crystals, they could apply for the challenge to earn a noble rank in the city. If they completed the challenge, they'd become one of Demon City's nobles and gain a significant boost to their strength. Even those with noble demon ranks had to acquire demon crystals to elevate their strength and position, although they would need even more demon crystals to do so. With the opportunity to earn 10 demon crystals per player killed before them, none of Demon City's residents would simply stand by and watch. Rest assured, Commander, I've already instructed our team to search the burning forest. It won't be long before we find the invaders. While I was grinding earlier, I also found a secret silver treasure chest and obtained an exotic perception potion. The potion can improve a player's senses and tracking abilities for 6 hours. Normally, players' tracks fade after an hour, but with this potion, I can even follow 4-hour-old tracks. If we make our way to Blind Man's last known location, we should easily be able to locate these players, the Tier 3 assassin said, smiling. Even with the rest of Demon City's players after then, ordinary teams will be helpless against players this strong. We have more than enough time to claim the bounty. Good. We'll set off immediately. Once we locate our targets, you'll receive 10% of the bounty for your contributions. Also, instruct our brothers and sisters in the city to bring the trump cards we've kept hidden." Regretful Wind declared. "Aren't you giving these newcomers a little too much credit, Commander? We've already stopped the Battle Wolves' invasion. How strong could a bunch of nobodies from the Dark Den possibly be?" The Tier 3 assassin asked disdainfully. The Dark Den was merely a small otherworld with a pitifully low number of players. The otherworld's total player population didn't even come close to half of the players in an ordinary kingdom. The only advantages the Dark Den had were its impressive leveling environment and abundance of skill and spellbooks. There was no way such a small world could produce experts as powerful as those in Demon City. "I know, but each of them is worth 10 demon crystals. Letting a single player escape would be a waste, and I doubt that Demon's Heart will be so generous in the future," Regretful Wind said. Regretful Wind had never once been wary of the invaders. Battle Wolves had tried to invade Demon City with over 100,000 experts, yet the Super Guild's army had been obliterated before it had even reached the city. If not even Battle Wolves could make it through the burning forest, what could a few hundred invaders accomplish? What Regretful Wind truly minded was the demon crystals Demon's Heart had offered. "I understand. I'll notify our members in the city right away." The Tier 3 assassin then did as he promised. Meanwhile, a great disturbance had rocked Demon City. "This is our chance to get rich. 10 demon crystals per person. We won't let anyone get in our adventurer team's way. The intruders have already appeared in the burning forest's outer region. Inform out nearby members immediately. We must find them before other teams do. Invader hunting team recruiting. Anyone who wants to earn demon crystals should apply quickly." As Black Blind Man's friends spread the word, everyone in Demon City was in a frenzy. Over 100,000 players rushed toward the burning forest like a bunch of madmen. When Troubled Times, who rested in one of the city's high-class bars, heard the news, his expression turned gloomy. He hadn't thought that Sherfong would actually come here. "There's no need to worry, Commander Troubled. Now that this matter has caused such a commotion, the large adventure teams we've hired won't be the only ones on the hunt. Medium adventure teams are also on the move. Even if every super guild in the 10 Saints Empire worked together, they'd never get past so many experts." A man in silver armor tried to reassure Troubled Times when he saw the man's concern. "That's right. Even if Zero Wing somehow manages to make it to Demon City, Demon's Heart is still waiting for them. We stand by your side." "Zero Wing's efforts will be for naught," Furious Heart said. He thought that Troubled Times was worried for nothing. "You shouldn't underestimate Black Flame," Troubled Times said. "Of course, if everyone here tries to stop him, I doubt he'll accomplish anything." Troubled Times had seen the strength of Demon's Heart's elders personally. They were all true monsters, particularly Furious Heart. The man was only half a step away from becoming a count in Demon City, and was far stronger than Troubled Times, who had only recently become a Demon Viscount. Furthermore, Demon players who had the Viscount rank or higher received a strength boost while inside Demon City. While Demon City's players discussed Sherfong and his invading team, several thousand Windtooth members arrived in the Burning Forest's outer region. "Commander, I've found traces of their battle, and the tracks are still fresh. They should be nearby," the masked Tier 3 assassin excitedly reported as he examined the lingering traces Sherfeng's team had left behind. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." "You good. Proceed according to plan, everyone," Regretful Wind commanded, instructing his team to prepare for battle. These players began to follow the Tier 3 assassin's lead while suppressing their auras to the best of their ability to avoid detection. As they followed Sherfeng's tracks, they encountered Demon Patrol squad corpses. 100, 200, 300. By the time Windtooth's members had crossed 3,000 yards, they had found more than 1,000 demon corpses, and the freshest had been from a patrol squad with over 200 demons. Chapter 25-23 Run. Chapter 25-23 Run. Why are there so many fallen demon patrol squads? What happened here? Did those people kill all of these patrol squads? Wintooth's members were curious and afraid when they saw so many demon corpses strewn around them. The demon patrol squads served as a barrier between intruders and Demon City, with 10,000 demons patrolling the burning forest. Thus far, however, the adventure team had found more than 1,000 demon corpses. This was 1/10 of the burning forest's defenses. "Commander, there's something you need to see," the masked Tier 3 assassin who had scouted ahead reported in the team chat. All of the team members put up their guard the moment they heard the assassin. Meanwhile, Regretful Wind hurried to the assassin's side. Finding his comrade, Regretful Wind arrived before a forested area laden with player corpses. To his surprise, however, there was no sign of battle. Some of the weapons and equipment the players had dropped hadn't been touched, and after a quick glance around, Regretful Wind counted more than 200 bodies. Based on how they organized the corpses lay, it looked as if death had befallen them as the group marched through the forest. It was almost as if the battle had ended as abruptly as it had begun, and none of these players had had a chance to react to the attack. While scanning the dead, Regretful Wind quickly noticed the familiar faces of several Tier 3 experts. He clearly wasn't pleased about it, either. How was Misty Ghost's main force annihilated? Regretful Wind stared at the fallen team in confusion. What happened here? Misty Ghost was a relatively famous medium-scale adventure team based in Demon City. Although the adventure team had fewer than 2,000 members, it had over 30 Tier 3 experts, including 1 Demon Viscount and 10 Demon Barons. Even Wintooth would struggle to defeat Misty Ghost. And yet, Misty Ghost's main force had died here. They hadn't even had a chance to fight back. It was unbelievable. "I don't see Misty Ghost's commander, 7 constellations. Among the corpses, Commander," the Tier 3 assassin reported after carefully examining the bodies. "He's not here." Regretful Wind took a closer look at the slain players as well, and just as the masked assassin had said, 7 constellations wasn't present. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. 7 constellations was Misty Ghost's sole Demon Viscount and one of the top 10 assassins in the Demon City. Even Regretful Wind would have a hard time defeating the man. If 7 constellations had died as suddenly as his team, Regretful Wind's prey would be far stronger than he has surmised. "I have found traces of a battle. It's possible that he and his surviving teammates were involved," the masked assassin said as he looked toward the towering trees some distance away. The trees were large enough that it would take several people to wrap their arms around the trunks, but they had been sliced cleanly through. Moreover, lingering life auras clung to the trees. The fight wasn't that long ago. Misty Ghost's members must have encountered the invaders. "They might still be fighting as we speak," Regretful Wind guessed, staring at the bisected trees. "Notify the team. We're going after them, and we won't bother hiding our presence." "Understood." The masked assassin nodded before contacting the team. Wintooth's several thousand members charged past the cut trees, and they made no attempt to hide. It wasn't long before they encountered another group, boldly marching through the forest. The group had more than 4,000 players, and Wintooth's members tensed when they saw them. "I see you've picked up the scent as well, Old Wind," the savage woman carrying 2 dark blue axes and leading the group said, smiling at Regretful Wind. "This is interesting. Now, all of Demon City's top 3 adventure teams are here. I suppose this is only the second time since the fight with Battle Wolves." A dignified, debonair man carrying an ancient bow spoke up. When they heard the 2 leaders, Wintooth's members released a held breath. These 2 were the commanders from Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, 2 of Demon City's top adventure teams. They were also Regretful Wind's old acquaintances. Indeed, The last time we worked together, we helped Demon's Heart secure more territory, Regretful Wind said. Smiling, he continued, Well, how are we going to split the profits this time? Regretful Wind was very familiar with the two players before him, since they had found each other in the forest. Windtooth had lost its chance to monopolize the bounty rewards, but the encounter also eased the pressure on Regretful Wind's adventure team. No force that could instantly wipe out Misty Ghost's main force should be underestimated. Even Windtooth would suffer tremendous losses if it tried to take on such a force alone. If his adventure team worked with Crimson Sand and Eternal Night, however, the three teams could minimize their losses and maximize their profits. There's not much to consider. We'll split them evenly. I'm sure you find this acceptable, correct? Helpless Smile, the bow-carrying man who commanded Eternal Night, said. Flame Feather, Crimson Sand's commander, nodded in agreement. Deal. That way, we won't have to compete for contribution and can divide the work, Regretful Wind replied without hesitation. If their three adventure teams tried to outdo each other, the fight would descend into chaos. Doing so would only weaken their teams. The gains weren't worth the losses. Rather, they'd all be better off cooperating, maximizing their combat power. None of the three teams even considered that they might be ripped off by another. Each of the teams was on par with the others, and they all had around 3 or 4 demon viscounts and 30 demon barons. They each also had around 70 or 80 tier 3 experts. Good. That settles it. When we find the rumored monster, I'll hold him back. Old Wind and Smile, back me up from the sides, Flame Feather said. Regretful Wind was the third-ranked elementalist in Demon City and one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 experts in the city. Although Helpless Smile wasn't quite as powerful, he still ranked among the top 15 experts in Demon City. In a support role, he was one of the 5 best players in the city. No problem. Neither Regretful Wind nor Helpless Smile objected to Flame Feather's plan. She was the strongest melee player among their adventure teams, after all. Flame Feather was also the only 3-star viscount in any of their teams, only 1 step away from becoming a count. Shortly after the 3 commanders came to an arrangement, they heard the sound of battle from the nearby forest. All 3 teams immediately charged toward the sound. After crossing about 500 yards, a loud explosion rocked the forest. Boom! A figure suddenly shot past the 3 adventure teams like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree roughly 100 yards away from Regretful Wind. The tree shattered instantly, falling, while the figure slid down its trunk to the ground. To everyone's surprise, this figure radiated an even stronger aura than a Grand Lord of the same level. Even so, the figure rapidly lost HP. 7 constellations? Regretful Wind paled when he recognized the player. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Flame Feather and Helpless Smile looked at the player with somber expressions as well. They were all familiar with 7 constellations and the strength he wielded. Demon City didn't have many viscounts, and as such they all, more or less, knew each other. Despite his noble demon rank, however, 7 constellations had just been defeated. The man hadn't even had a chance to flee. They could only imagine how strong his opponent was. Monster! Run, quickly! 7 constellations hissed between clenched teeth when he saw the nearby adventure teams. Before he could finish his warning, however, his HP dropped to 0 and his body went as limp as a puppet with its strings cut. Chapter 25-24, She is the Monster? Chapter 25-24, She is the Monster? The 3 adventure team's members were senseless when 7 constellations died. A monster, huh? Regretful Wind frowned, contemplating 7 constellations' dying words. Demon Viscounts stood at the apex of Demon City, and 7 constellations was an assassin, a class that boasted its survivability. And yet he had just died. Moreover, 7 constellations had warned their 3 adventurer teams away. It was clear that in his mind These three teams were no match for the monster he had just faced, even if they worked together. Although that was only the assassin's opinion, his words should be credible. If 7 constellations focused on getting away, not even the top-ranked experts in Demon City could stop him. But he had still fallen. It seems our opponent isn't as simple as we thought. What do you guys think? Regretful Wind asked the other 2 commanders. If they fought an opponent that even 7 constellations feared, the outcome wouldn't be as pleasant as they hoped. It's no wonder why Demon's Heart has offered such a gracious bounty, Helpless Smile replied, staring at the assassin's corpse. But this isn't the first time we've faced monstrous experts. Besides, if we flee, we'll become laughingstocks in Demon City by tomorrow. Although Helpless Smile felt the weight of 7 constellations' warning, it wasn't enough to order a retreat. Even if these intruders are powerful, there's no guarantee that we can't defeat them, Flame Feather agreed with a nod. Fighting spirit burned in her eyes as she launched into another charge. Don't forget, we have the home ground advantage. Our opponent may be a monster, but we'll still make him suffer. Monster-like experts were something to be feared. Ordinary Tier 3 experts had no hope against such players. However, their adventure teams had fought monster-like experts before, particularly during the fight with Battle Wolves. Yet, these monstrous experts hadn't been powerful enough to save the guild from its miserable defeat in the Burning Forest. Furthermore, their adventurer teams had grown stronger since then. She was confident that they could hold their ground against monster-like experts and that they still had a chance at victory. The members of all 3 adventurer teams nodded in agreement with Flame Feather's sentiment. Achieving victory might be difficult if their teams fought alone, but they had all agreed to work together. Not even the 10 Saints Empire's superpowers would dare to take on their combined force, much less a measly team of 300 plus. It wasn't long after she finished speaking, however, that everyone noticed a lithe figure beside 7 Constellations' corpse. The figure silently looted the assassin's body as if she didn't have a care in the world. What amazing concealment techniques! Surprise flashed in Regretful Wind's eyes when he saw the woman who had abruptly appeared. As demon players, their perception of non-demon races' life signatures was incredibly powerful. Even an assassin in stealth would have a hard time hiding from demon players, especially with less than 100 yards between them. However, they couldn't seem to detect a trace of the female assassin's presence. The woman's mastery of concealment arts was unrivaled, even in Demon City. Is she the monster 7 Constellations warned us about? Helpless Smile's expression tensed as he watched the alluring woman a short distance away. If he encountered the assassin normally, she'd kill him 9 out of 10 times. He finally realized, more or less, why 7 Constellations had failed to escape. Interesting. I'm going to fight her, Flame Feather declared, her fighting spirit reaching its peak. She then activated demonification and charged at the female assassin, wielding her axes. As the only 3-star demon Viscount, activating her demonification would not only strengthen her physique by a large margin, but her basic attributes would also undergo a qualitative transformation. In her demon form, every action she took could transform the terrain around her. With just her Tier 2 demon charge, Flame Feather had bathed her surroundings in a sea of fire and shook space itself. Another ambush? Sensing Flame Feather charging toward her, Fire Dance stored the dagger she had just picked up from 7 Constellations' corpse and unsheathed the short sword hanging at her waist. In that case, I'll bury you alongside them. Fire Dance then swung 1,000 transformations through the empty air before her. Tier 3 skill, Triple Flash. 3 streaks of black light shot toward Flame Feather, one after another and as fast as lightning. However, Flame Feather's enhanced physique allowed her to brandish her axes during her charge in turn. Tier 3 skill, Demon Storm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest. and the powerful shockwaves knocked down trees while stirring dirt and debris into the air. Among the chaos, Flame Feather stumbled 3 steps back as a damage of over -50,000 appeared above her head. The difference between the two women's strengths was clear. What? Flame Feather was pushed back even in her demon form. The scene astonished Helpless Smile. He was perfectly aware of how powerful Flame Feather became after activating demonification. She was undoubtedly the strongest player among 3 adventurer teams. In her demon form, Flame Feather's Tier 3 skills were nearly as powerful as Tier 4 attacks. Yet she had just lost a competition of strength against this human assassin. Amazing! It's no wonder why 7 constellations called you a monster and assumed that we're no match for you, Flame Feather said, the flame of passion in her eyes burning even brighter than before. She launched into another charge, continuing, "If I were alone, I wouldn't be a match for you. But in this forest, I'm not your only opponent." Regretful Wind finished activating his demonification as Flame Feather finished her statement, and he began to chant an incantation. When he completed it, he slammed the butt of his staff on the ground, and a golden, 2-fold magic array appeared under his feet. Tier 3 spell, Earthen Roar. Suddenly, the earth beneath Fire Dance's feet burst, exploding with countless streaks of light. Meanwhile, Helpless Smile didn't waste time. After activating demonification, he pulled the string of his ancient bow and launched 6 arrows into the sky, which formed a 6-pointed star above the assassin. Tier 3 skill, Demon Thorns. As the star-shaped magic array took form, pitch-black magic arrows descended, each with the power of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Under Helpless Smile's control, a total of 18 magic arrows fell, diverting Fire Dance's attention away from Flame Feather. The nearby adventurer team members gaped, impressed by their commander's coordination. They had never guessed that those 3 would be so strong when they worked together. How was this still a battle between players? It was basically a fight between monsters. Not even Battle Wolves' monster-level experts could stop their 3 commanders when they cooperated. With attacks coming in from all directions, Fire Dance was forced to activate a life-saving skill. She immediately used shadow steps to appear behind Flame Feather, evading the countless streaks of light. She dodged most of the 18 magic arrows, relying on Wind Step's brief invulnerability to block 5 unavoidable shots. She then tried to block the 2 incoming axes with 1,000 transformations. Boom! Fire Dance didn't have time to use a skill to block the axes, filled with power of darkness and time, and as her short sword collided with Flame Feather's weapons, she was sent flying, losing 70,000 HP in the process. She didn't even have 1 million total HP, and the strike claimed a visible chunk. All hail the commanders! So what if she's a monster? She's still at a disadvantage against our commanders. The adventure team members were ecstatic and overcome with pride to see one of their commanders dominate this monstrous assassin. The various superpowers monster-level experts were a nightmare for adventurer teams like theirs, although their teams had defeated Battle Wolves' monstrous players that had only been possible because of Demon's Heart's help. To be precise, their 3 adventure teams had merely played a support role. However, their teams now had the strength to deal with monster-level experts, too. Now that she's alone, we can't let her escape. Flame Feather shouted to Regretful Wind and Helpless Smile. Fire Dance was clearly the invader's cornerstone, and since she was alone, this was the perfect chance to take her out. If they could not defeat her, and she regrouped with her allies, dealing with her would prove far more challenging. Relax. I've already had people set up a spatial barrier. She might be an assassin, but she won't get away that easily, Regretful Wind replied, grinning. After witnessing the initial clash between Flame Feather and Fire Dance, Regretful Wind realized the importance of this battle. Hence, he had instructed his subordinates to set up a magic barrier before he had even joined the fight. He wanted to ensure that they could flee if they were no match for the assassin, and if they were, that they'd have an easier time taking her down. Although they now had the upper hand, killing a monster like Fire Dance wouldn't be easy, but with the magic barrier up, they could buy enough time to complete the task. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU even as regretful words finished his statement. A gigantic barrier rose around the battlefield, covering a 200-yard radius. 88 magical class players powered the array, and not even a Tier 4 mythic monster would find it easy to break out of. Good. Now she's dead. Flame Feather sighed with relief as the barrier took effect. A second after the magic barrier completed, however, an arc of blue lightning struck from a distance. Boom! Everyone heard the sound of glass shattering as the sturdy barrier disintegrated into particles of light. As the adventure team's members looked around in confusion, a deep voice reached them from the distant forest. It seems you've taken good care of my companion, but since you're looking for a fight, let me join in. Chapter 25:25 True Monster. Chapter 25:25 True Monster. When the three adventure teams heard the deep voice, their expressions betrayed their apprehension. The three commanders were particularly tense as they continued their fight against Fire Dance. There's more than one monster. Regretful Wind's expression hardened while he watched the magic barrier fade away. 88 magical class players had powered that barrier. It should even withstand quite a few attacks from a mythic monster. And yet that barrier had just shattered after a single attack. Another monster-level expert among the invaders was the only possible explanation, and this newcomer definitely had the strength of mythic monsters. He should be even stronger than the female assassin they currently faced. A single team has 2 monsters? Who are these people? Helpless Smile growled, frowning. He had never expected the invaders to have more than one monster-level expert. The 3 of them were already having a rough time trying to suppress Fire Dance. If another expert of her caliber joined the fight, they'd be in trouble. So what if there's another monster? Why should we fear them? Resolutely, Flame Feather reminded her comrades. Don't forget that we have over 5,000 players, including 7 more demon viscounts and nearly 100 demon barons. What is one extra monster compared to our forces? The only reason the 3 commanders had attacked was to gauge how much they had improved since the war with Battle Wolves. Furthermore, ordinary Tier 3 experts would only get in their way in such an intense battle. If they had to face 2 monsters, however, the members of their adventure teams could keep the second one busy. Even if their teams couldn't kill the other monster, they could buy enough time for the commanders to finish off Fire Dance. Eventually, their adventure teams would secure victory, even if some of their members died. That's right. However, it seems we'll incur some losses in this operation, Helpless Smile said, nodding. He then gestured to one of his subordinates in the distance and said, Blue, lead our main force members to stop the other monster. Try to buy as much time as possible. Understood, the Tier 3 shield warrior, Blue Sea, responded. Mandala, take your group and go with them. Flame Feather ordered a Tier 3 dark druid on her team. Poison, I'm giving you command of our members, Regretful Wind shouted to the masked assassin named Poisonheart. If worst comes to worst, use that. Just make sure that you keep the second monster away from us for now. Are you sure that I can use it? Poisonheart instantly grew excited upon receiving permission from his commander. I promise. He won't get anywhere near you. Overhearing the order, both Flame Feather and Helpless Smile glanced at Regretful Wind in astonishment. What? Old Wind, you were the one who bought that thing during the last intermediate auction? Flame Feather blurted. There was only one item she could think of that could easily deal with monster-level experts, and it was one of the items that had appeared in the last intermediate auction in Demon City's auction house. Satan's Remnant Soul. That item was a true treasure. It would allow a player to transform into a Tier 4 Great Demon for a short time. Players would also have access to all the skills and spells in a Tier 4 Great Demon's arsenal. Satan's remnant soul's only flaw was its short, 30-minute duration. Even so, every demon player in Demon City had gone crazy over the item. Aside from the strength boost, Satan's remnant soul granted players better control over Power of Darkness, albeit temporarily. This experience would be immensely helpful when players took the challenges to increase their demon ranks. Just having a Satan's remnant soul in one's bag was a major deterrent for the city's various major powers. No power or adventure team wanted to incur the wrath of a Tier 4 great demon, after all. When the Satan's remnant soul had been put up for auction, Demon City's various major powers had bid for it like madmen. Moreover, the seller didn't accept coins, but demon crystals, which were the standard form of currency in Demon City's intermediate auctions. In the end, someone had purchased the Satan's remnant soul for an astronomical sum of 1,000 demon crystals, but the buyer hasn't revealed their identity. The mystery of who now owned the item had been a hot topic among the city's major powers. Even Helpless Smile, flashed regretful, whined a surprised look. He had never dreamed that Windtooth had hidden such a powerful trump card. If Eternal Night had clashed with Windtooth, the consequences would have been dire for his adventurer team. That being said, he had to admit that he was glad to work with Windtooth right now. MHM. I dug up practically everything we had to win it, Regretful Wind proudly confirmed. I had wanted to save it for a fight against a superior mythic, but I don't mind using it to annihilate these invaders. I will say this, however, any invader Poison Heart kills belongs to Windtooth. Since you're willing to go to such lengths, we won't take advantage of you. Don't worry. Helpless Smile agreed, nodding. That's right. We won't ask for any loot from an invader the great demon slays. I'd be even happier if the great demon takes care of the two monsters, Flamefeather said, laughing. She had been confident that the three of them could defeat Fire Dance, eventually with a magic barrier to back them up. But now that the barrier had fallen, they wouldn't be able to stop the assassin if she focused on fleeing. This battle would go much smoother if Poison Heart could take care of the two monstrous invaders. In the fields, monster-level experts posed an extraordinary threat, especially if they had no qualms with hit-and-run tactics. They were an absolute nightmare to deal with. That's reassuring, Regretful Wind said. He then turned toward Poison Heart and said, Since the two commanders have agreed, use it, Poison! The Satan's remnant soul was precious, and there was almost no chance that another would go up for auction. But obtaining the monster-level experts' weapons and equipment would make it a worthwhile transaction. The superb quality of their weapons and equipment was a large part of the reason that monster-level experts were so much stronger than peak experts. He could likely earn back the cost of using the Satan's remnant soul with just one of their weapons or equipment pieces, possibly even more. Poison Heart was elated as he pulled a black bottle from his bag and started to remove the seal. He had hoped he could use the Satan's remnant soul to help him become a 2-star Viscount. But because the item was so valuable, he didn't want to use it solely for his promotion. He had wanted to save it until he could use it to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, which was why the item had remained in his bag for so long. Now that he had found the perfect opportunity, he wouldn't hold back. Once Poison Heart had removed the seal, he doubled in size, and 2 pairs of jet-black wings, enveloped in fire, grew from his back. So strong! So, this is the power of a Tier 4 great demon. Poison Heart exclaimed as he felt an immense power course through his veins. So much strength, absolute power. This omnipotent feeling was intoxicating. Sure enough, a great demon is truly awe-inspiring. Poison can now likely slay all of the intruders without our help. Helpless Smile said. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous as he gazed at Poison Heart's new form and sensed the assassin's intense aura. Poison, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, you need to finish this battle quickly. We won't be able to hold on for long. Regretful Wind shouted to his subordinate before casting another spell against Fire Dance. Leave it to me, Commander. I'll make sure they all die, Poison Heart declared. He flapped his wings and flew straight toward the source of the deep voice. He was so fast that the team's Tier 2 demon players didn't even have time to react. So fast! These invaders are dead now. The 3 adventurer team's members were astonished when Poison Heart vanished in the blink of an eye. Some of them even pitied Shurfeng's team. Even working together, their teams wouldn't have been a match for Shurfeng's people if they had attacked before the Battle Wolves' crusade. But after that fight, they had gained a bountiful harvest that had helped them undergo qualitative transformations. Now, with the great demon Poison Heart by their side, they were all confident that their teams could repel Battle Wolves' army by themselves, let alone a laughable team of 300+ experts. What a pity! It seems your companion is doomed, Flame Feather said, grinning as she brandished her axes at Fire Dance. I think you're the one that should pray for your friend. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at the other woman. I think you've misunderstood something from the very beginning. Misunderstood? And what would that be? Flame Feather asked curiously. I'm not responsible for killing that assassin. In fact, I hadn't even seen him before looting his body, Fire Dance said. I only came to collect the items. The 3 commanders immediately paled. What do you mean? You didn't kill 7 constellations. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, you're not the monster he was talking about. Regretful Wind, Flame Feather, and Helpless Smile simultaneously recalled 7 constellations' dying monster. Run quickly. If Fire Dance hadn't seen the assassin before he died, she couldn't be the monster he had warned them about. But before the 3 commanders could respond, they heard a series of explosions from the nearby forest, and the ground under their feet shook violently. After a few seconds, a colossal figure flew toward them, slamming into a nearby tree and felling it. The figure was none other than Poison Heart, who had just flown toward the other monster-level expert a moment ago. Chapter 25-26 Despair of 3 Adventurer Teams. Chapter 25-26 Despair of 3 Adventurer Teams. Poison. Regretful Wind was shocked when he saw Poison Heart's miserable figure lying at the base of the collapsed tree. Right now, the assassin was a bona fide Tier 4 being. He was even stronger than Tier 4 players. The man had command of every Tier 4 skill and spell a great demon possessed, which was an advantage that Tier 4 players wouldn't have. And yet, someone had thrown Poison Heart with an attack. When Flame Feather and Helpless Smile saw this, they found the scene incredibly familiar. They had encountered 7 constellations in the same way. Is the monster 7 constellations referred to in that area of the forest? Helpless Smile tensed as he recalled the other assassin's warning. They had gone to great lengths to corner Fire Dance. Yet just when they thought they had curbed the monster 7 constellations had warned them about, reality's punchline hit them. Flame Feather was also momentarily dazed over the unexpected revelation, and for a moment she forgot about her fight with Fire Dance, very nearly letting the female assassin kill her. After a brief moment of silence, a man emerged from between the nearby trees. He was fully clad in pitch-black light armor and hid his appearance under a black cloak. 2 long swords hung from his belt, and the frightening amount of mana he radiated formed a layer of mist around his body. Within the burning forest, he looked like the Grim Reaper, and everyone who saw him felt chills crawl down his spine. The 3 adventurer team's main force members, who had been prepared to follow Poison Heart into battle, glanced back at their commanders. None of them were sure whether or not they should try to confront this invader. If this man had even thrown Poison Heart, who had transformed into a great demon, they'd suffer an even worse fate. It was highly likely that they'd die instantly, just like 7 constellations did. The mana he's radiating is practically even denser than Poison Heart's. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Flame Feather exclaimed when she saw Shurfeng. Although determining a player's strength by the mana they radiated wasn't possible, the more mana wafting from one's body, the stronger their skills and spells would be. They'd also have higher physical stats and could more easily exhibit combat power beyond their limits. The amount of mana under his control was precisely the reason Poison Heart had felt omnipotent after reaching Tier 4. However, this Tier 3 swordsman commanded even more mana than Poison Heart did after his transformation. It was unbelievable. Could he have unlocked his mana body's full potential? Regretful Wind thought of a possibility as he sensed the immense amount of mana surrounding Surefoam. He couldn't think of any other reason that would let a Tier 3 player command so much mana. Is a fully unlocked mana body really this strong? Helpless Smile wondered, skeptical about Regretful Wind's guess. As demon players, unlocking their mana body's potential proved far more difficult than it was for human players because their body structure was completely different. Hence, Demon City's players hadn't paid much attention to their mana body's potential. They felt that raising their demon ranks was a better use of their time. Not even most great demons they came across had fully unlocked mana bodies. Demon players were also physically stronger than humans, and they controlled more. They simply didn't need to go to the trouble of unlocking their mana body's potential. As long as they raised their demon rank, they were more than powerful enough to suppress human players. But Helpless Smile had never dreamed that human players with fully unlocked mana bodies would be this strong. The amount of mana Surefoam controlled was enough to give him goosebumps. It was easy to imagine how powerful the swordsman's skills and spells would be. This isn't worth the trouble. Demon's Heart didn't offer nearly enough demon crystals for us to take on a monster like that. As Regretful Wind watched this grim Reaper approach, he inwardly cursed the Dark Guild. If he had known that he'd have to fight a monster like this swordsman, he never would have led his team here. Even if they managed to defeat Surefoam, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. 3,000 plus demon crystals wouldn't even come close to compensating their losses. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. There's a limit to his stamina. Poison didn't even take that much damage. We can definitely wear him down if our main force members work together. As long as we defeat this assassin, we can take our time with the swordsman. Flame Feather shouted when she realized that the 3 adventure team's main force members were cowering in fear. Her insistence snapped the main force members out of their daze, and they trusted that the commander was correct. Regardless of how powerful a player was, there was a limit to one's stamina. Surefoam was merely one person. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill them all. Aside from the 100 or so demon barons, they had over 5,000 demon experts with them. Their teams were more than capable of whittling Surefoam down. That's right. So what if he is strong? We still have a great demon on our side. We can just keep healing Poison Heart, and that guy won't be able to stop us. Kill him. His weapons and equipment will only strengthen our adventure teams. Fighting spirit burned within the adventure team's members, and they immediately moved into formation, slowly approaching Surefoam. No, run. Everyone get out of here. Poison Heart, who had just recovered from the crash, shouted, panicking as he watched his comrades move toward the human swordsman. They all turned toward the assassin, confused by the warning. They couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Did the man hit his head that hard? He's not alone. There's an entire team of monsters in those trees. Poison Heart hurriedly added. Before anyone could react, new figures began to appear behind Surefoam. The new arrivals concealed their levels and appearances under black cloaks, but their auras were horrifically intense. The several players leading the group had such a powerful combined aura that the adventure team's members felt stifled. They felt even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. Damn it! How is this possible? The blood drained from Regretful Wind's face when he saw the Hell Legion. Everyone retreat! Retreat immediately! Both Fire Dance and Surefoam had suppressed their auras, so Regretful Wind hadn't been able to tell how strong they were. He could only guess based on his instincts and the mana they radiated. The Hell Legion members didn't bother to hide their auras, however. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU from the power regretful wind sensed. At least 5 of those human players were even stronger than Grand Lords of the same level, and even the weakest of the remaining members nearly rivaled Grand Lords. If their 3 adventure teams tried to fight this group, it'd be a one-sided massacre. Hearing Regretful Wind's order, the stunned adventure teams snapped out of their daze and fled in all directions like a flock of startled birds. Damn it! Run! Flame Feather did the same, fleeing the moment she saw Hell Rush and his companions. As she ran, a deep hatred for demons' heart blossomed in her chest. What a joke! The enemy team had at least 6 monster-level experts, and more than 300 of them could rival Grand Lords of the same level. This was no longer a force that Demon City's powers could take on individually. They'd only have a chance of defeating these intruders if they gathered all of the combat power in the city. Anyone that tried to fight these human players on their own would be digging their own grave. Escape? Don't you think it's a little late for that? When the 3 adventure teams began to flee, Shifeng turned to the Hell Legion and growled, "Kill them! Leave none alive!